around 6:24 p.m. Central Standard Time, so it might be a little bit different depending on your time zone. But let's get straight into it. The big thing that I want y'all to understand is that with Mars being in Libra, Mars is the planet of action, honor, courage, and passion, and it's in the sign.
Y'all check out my man's services. Look how organized and structured it is, and not to mention it has 93 pages, so he provides a lot of information. And he goes into an in-depth analysis of your birth chart in each and every placement. Check this man out, bro. Y'all check out my man.
What's good, family? Just want to make this video talking about this Mars and Libra transit that is taking place today, roughly around 6:24 p.m. Central Standard Time. So, it might be a little bit different depending on your time zone. But let's get straight into it. The big thing that I want y'all to understand is that with Mars being in Libra, Mars is the planet of action, honor, courage, and passion, and it's in the sign.
Y'all check out my man's services. Look how organized and structured it is, and not to mention it has 93 pages, so he provides a lot of information. And he goes into an in-depth analysis of your birth chart in each and every placement. Check this man out, bro. Y'all check out my man.
What's good, family? Just want to make this video talking about this Mars and Libra transit that is taking place today, roughly around 6:24 p.m. Central Standard Time. So, it might be a little bit different depending on your time zone. But let's get straight into it. The big thing that I want y'all to understand is that with Mars being in Libra, Mars is the planet of action, honor, courage, and passion, and it's in the sign.
Y'all check out my man's services. Look how organized and structured it is, and not to mention it has 93 pages, so he provides a lot of information. And he goes into an in-depth analysis of your birth chart in each and every placement. Check this man out, bro. Y'all check out my man.
What's good, family? Just want to make this video talking about this Mars and Libra transit that is taking place today, roughly around 6:24 p.m. Central Standard Time. So, it might be a little bit different depending on your time zone. But let's welcome in, family. Welcome in. Hopefully all is well. Hopefully all is well. Just wanted to go live over here on YouTube. Check it out, see how things are going. So we'll go over a few things, and just kind of see how it goes. All right, and close this out. Um, as we can see, we have the astrology here. Close this up, make this a little bit bigger. Close that out. Boom. Okay, cool. Hopefully all is well. Hopefully all is well. All right. Welcome in, family. Welcome in. Hopefully all is well. Did it not change the? Yeah. Okay. I said, come on now. All right. Hopefully this looks clear for everybody. Queen, if you're in the chat, could you let me know how this is looking so far? Let's do top right hand corner. So, welcome, welcome. Let's see, we just, it is, it looks good. Okay, thank you. Definitely appreciate it. So, where everything is currently, we have a sun entering into Scorpio. All right, so it's officially Scorpio season. Feel the energy with Mars and Mercury, as well as the Moon and Lilith, all in a conjunction together. It's a lot of things taking place, a lot of understanding that needs to be taking place, releasing a lot of the things that may be holding us back. You do see a trine with Jupiter, spiritual. Good evening. How are you doing? Welcome, man. Glad you can make it. Yeah, it's officially Scorpio season. All right. So hopefully everything is good. Definitely appreciate you tapping in. Wanted to definitely start, getting over here on YouTube a little bit more. It is important that I continue to, expand on different platforms. This it's not the first time going live on YouTube, but it is, first time going solo. And really just, testing the waters because I do want to start implementing this. Probably would have been a little bit better had time been on my side, but start a little bit late, but better late than never, as I always say. So I'll take it. Um, but with us being here, again, we don't have to just talk about the astrology. We can pull up all types of information, documentation. We can pull up, go over some history, some whatever, essentially. Um, but again, I just think it's really interesting from the more astrological lens, that now that we are officially in Scorpio season, having the moon in Scorpio, having Mars and Mercury and Lilith here, it's going to be really important that we do the work because again, what's showing up is that moon, Mars, Mercury, Lilith stellium, right? That's kind of taking place at this moment. It's making a trine to Jupiter, but it's also making a trine to Saturn and Neptune, right? Neptune has officially went back into Pisces. So it's going to be really, crucial for us to understand that with the Jupiter in Cancer, again, this is the aspect of us, gaining this greater sense of, emotional security, right? Emotional security, as well as physical security as well. Um, but with this energy of the sun being in Scorpio, right, and the moon being in Scorpio, it could be intense, right? This very obsessive need for emotional and physical security for sure. But with the Saturn in Pisces, this is the great lock in, right? That people have been talking about on social media. So it's going to be really important that we just keep those things in mind as we move forward. Um, as we move forward, for sure. So I believe with that being the case, with the North Node being here, Neptune being here as well. For Aries placements, they may be feeling a little bit better, right? Things are looking a little more clear for them. But we definitely want to keep in mind that it's going to be really important that we make the changes that we need to make. All right. So, how come you come to YT? Welcome in, Ty. So I came to YT um just to try to continue to expand. The thing is like with YouTube, I mean, yeah, YouTube for one, it does pay more than TikTok for sure. But the other aspect is, if something was to happen with TikTok, as we know, all social media platforms do, um, I want to make sure that people still are able to find me. And the only way I can really do that is by continuing to kind of expand in, different platforms. So, I have a Patreon as well. But I wanted to make sure that I'm, extending myself outside of just TikTok, right? For sure. It's a good platform. It helps push me in front of new people, and that's great. But I still want to be able to, have a home base, right? And since I started the Aquarius theory with YouTube, I definitely want to make sure that I follow through. And continue to try to bring people on this side because again it's more information. Eventually maybe it'll get to a point where I'll be able to just do YouTube full time, the lives and things of this nature. But I definitely wanted to be able to speak a little more freely, because again with YouTube, you do have a little bit more freedom, right? TikTok is becoming very strict, and because they have an AI algorithm, right? I can be in the middle of a live and say, "Hey, check the link in my bio," and then they cut my shit, So it's kind of tough. It's kind of tough. Woke One's Revolution, welcome in. How are we feeling? Welcome, welcome. I appreciate y'all tapping in with me. And again, this is an open discussion. So again, we can cover the astrology. We can, delve into some history. We can have, however the conversation goes, right? But again, I have a little more freedom over here to say uh different things and to pull information as well versus doing, you know, having to be super mindful on TikTok. Yeah, I understand YouTube should develop a live algorithm similar to TikTok so you can get more people, more new people. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that would be like super helpful. I do, Whether they decide to do it, I'm not sure. About to throw down some tarot readings and saw you live. Yeah, I definitely appreciate you. I definitely appreciate you coming through to support. Um, yeah, I just wanted to see kind of, how things react. And then again, I do apologize. Time got away from me as it tends to do. Um, so we're starting this like super late. Um, but we'll see how it goes, how the discussion goes. But again, I would definitely want to be able to thank you all for showing up. So, what I'll do is, if you're here and you haven't received a reading from me, just let me know, and I'll do your readings here, right? And that way, if I need to, Neptune back in Pisces, delays happen. Facts, facts. Especially with it being in a conjunction with Saturn, which is ruling all my planets. So yeah, it's just gonna be important, and I'm trying to get personal matters situated to where I can function in structure more often, right? But yeah, I definitely want to be able to give you guys something for just even taking the opportunity to come and support for sure. So if I haven't done your reading, I can definitely do that. And then if nothing significant really pops off, we may hop over to TikTok and try to do what we do. So definitely appreciate y'all. But again, I want to start doing these live discussions just because I'm a history buff. I am. I've studied so many different books. I have books here naturally. You know, one book I always kind of highlight to people is this book Quadrivium. All right, several different authors. Um, it was an important book that I got years ago when I was studying sacred geometry. And it really put a lot of things into perspective. So even here on YouTube, I have videos going back to early 2022, maybe. I believe that's when I made my first YouTube video. Long form content was kind of what I was used to. Getting used to the short form TikTok content, that was something else. Spiritual says raise my hand. I'm here, present. So spiritual, I definitely got you. I would definitely do a reading for you. But I just want to show my appreciation. I do, I do. So we could definitely get y'all situated with some readings. Definitely appreciate y'all being here for sure. So and again, if at a certain point y'all say, hey, I was, learning about this or what about this, again, I have books and, we can get into our research bag because that's what I enjoy doing, right? Learning and gaining new insight and information. Um, because it's helpful. The more you know, right? So, Miss Spiritual, I'm a big astrology nerd. History and astrology go hand in hand, same as elements and seasons. Facts. Facts, woke ones. It really does. It really does. The history aspect of it, is just like super important because it's one thing to try to explain it, but you really just gotta kind of see it. Um, you hear a lot of the times like, "Oh, they don't teach you nothing in school." I'm telling you, it's a lot deeper than you think. Like, the history that we're given is not to say that it's not true, but it's so much information they leave out, so much. The common thought, especially over here in Western society, is like, the oldest civilization is the Sumerians, right? That's not the case. Not the case at all, right? The Sumerians and the Egyptians share, genetical ties, right? They're literally the same people. Um, Probably branched off, so I would assume they're like distant cousins, but they come from a parent civilization, right, which used to exist in ancient Arabia. But that is never talked about, right? The only reason I came across it is because of the books that I delved into. And when you start getting into these older books, because most of the new books don't speak nothing of it. Um but when you start to delve into the actual history and you start coming across these things, you start understanding why. This is why the construct of Gobekli Tepe, I believe that's how you pronounce it, in, I want to say it's in Iraq, um but it's a ancient temple, right? That was kind of like buried beneath the earth, right? It's a subterranean, temple that they found that has, columns with astrological symbols on them that they date back to 10,000 BC, right? Now in history books, they'll, as well as in school, they'll tell you, hello mother, how are you doing? Welcome, man. I appreciate you showing up. They will tell you that um man, ancient civilization starts back at 6,000 BC, right? With ancient Sumeria, right? The oldest form of documentation, but they leave out the aspect that that's where they, Western civilization starts history, right? With ancient Sumeria. And then if you delve in certain books, they'll tell you they don't know, you know, who the ancient Sumerians were from a ethnological lens, but that's a lie too. It gets deep. It gets deep. Could you go live on both at the same time? That I don't know. That I don't know. That's something I will have to look into. I believe if I wanted to go live on TikTok, I would probably need like a stream key, and I don't know if they give those out. Like I know on YouTube it's easy for me to like just go to my account and just get the stream key, but I don't know how it is on TikTok. I'll have to look into that. Um But yeah, because that would probably be cool just to bring people in. But even it, yeah, some agencies give them out. Yeah, and so yeah, I was a part of a TikTok agency, but they wasn't doing nothing. So like it was like really rough for me in August because for whatever reason, I don't know if it was TikTok switching up their algorithm. I don't know if it was, whatever the case was, but the whole month of August, like all of my content was being hit to where I wasn't getting pushed nowhere. And I was going live. I've been going live consistently on TikTok for about 6 months now. Um, but the whole month of August, I wasn't getting no love. Right, financially, it was really, really rough. Um, September started to pick up a little bit, but then I got to October, and the first half of October was rough too. Um, so it's been tough. And again, because this is how I make my money. This is how I provide for my family. It's just really important that I show up. And so it's been different things kind of coming up in that regard too. So it's been interesting for sure. But one thing again, as we are talking about this Mars and Mercury and Scorpio, a lot of the self reflection that I was highlighting to everybody was that even for me, like I had to realize Scorpio sits in my sixth house of the things that I do on a day to day basis. I had to understand like there's I got to do better, right? There's old habits and tendencies that I need to release, right? And one of those is like, oh, I can just show up and TikTok's gonna push my content. Fuck no, like that has not been the case. So it's just really important that I show up, and that I release content often and frequently. And so I've been trying to make that more of an emphasis, and so that's why y'all see me posting more content, the transits and things of this nature. Having me just being in front of a camera talking, that's not really, it's not really my thing, right? Because I didn't even join TikTok to become famous or nothing like that. It's just wanting to push the content out to grow my audience, right? Because I'm passionate about history, and again, the metaphysics, the esoteric and occult. Just more hidden information, because I feel as though it's really important. And it's interesting because I had a reading with a young lady um this afternoon, and she never was into astrology. She just so happened to come across my page um about a night or two ago. And she booked a reading, and so as we were going through the reading, she was just in disbelief, like, wow, like this is crazy. I don't even think we got through the entire reading, but she got it the information that she needed, and that's what's most important. Right. So yeah, a lot of this information we're not, told, it's not talked about, and that's why it's so important. This is why this, time with Pluto being in Aquarius is significant, because again, it is a transformation of our aspects of our intelligence, right? Looking at things from a higher perspective, for sure. Because the information is all around you, and that's what we were talking about last night, if y'all was in the live. So definitely appreciate y'all tuning in and being here, for certain, for certain. But yes, I want to do some readings again just to, show my thanks. And then, we'll see how things go for sure. And like I said, if nothing significant, jumps out, then we'll probably, jump over to YouTube for, I'm in TikTok for a little bit, but definitely wanted to show up and start, going live on YouTube a little bit more, because again, I think it's really beneficial and helpful for me to say, what, hey, we're over here, because I can do reaction videos, I can do pull up aspects, and whether it's history, going through books and information and things of this nature, and that makes it easier on me to be able to continue to produce content, you know what I mean. um yeah, I can kind of do some of this on TikTok, but saying certain things, and again, they slice you up. So I gotta be careful. I gotta be careful for sure. Um, the belief system people have, be known to fall back and won't resonate for the collective as we get closer to the age of Aquarius. Absolutely. Absolutely. And so, it's the thing is that we're still in the age of Pisces and we'll be here for probably about another 300 years, 300 plus years, right? Is not as close as a lot of people think. But with Pluto, I really want people to just like know just how powerful Pluto is. It is a very significant planet. It is. It is. It is. And so, Pluto is the outermost planet, right, in our solar system, and it really does denote a lot of the influences. It kind of sets the tone for what's going on, generational, because it is a generational planet. We just got to get rid of the pop astrology facts. Yeah, a lot of people are waking up to the validity of astrology too, though. So you're absolutely correct in that, Ty. I think you know with the with the pop astrology is more so based on sensationalism, and I understand it. People are just trying to get their money and they see astrology as the ticket out. But again, it's not really hard to tell the people who are actually like passionate about it, who really put in the work to understand and to gain a greater perspective of it, and the people who are just in it for the likes and the comments, because that's just most people, right? It is, and I can't fault them for it. You feel like it's an opportunity to come up, by all means do what you do. But you see that in many fields, right? Whether it's cooking with chefs, whether it's influencers, whether it's content creators, whether it's business people, even in corporate world, I would assume you see that too, right? There's people who are very passionate about the work that they do, and those that aren't, right? Says harmful though, it is because it reinstates the false narrative, or the narrative that astrology isn't valid because of all the saturated pop information, um but as woke one says, they will fall off quick if it isn't genuine. And so, for me, I think it's just important to just try to, show up and help people. That's what it's all about. As an astrologer, I don't think, if you become, famous, or you become well known because of the work that you do, that's cool, right? That's great. But, I look at it like, how many people are you assisting? How many lives have you helped to change for the better? Because that's really what we're trying to do. We're trying to help people get into alignment, you know? So. I know it's a little different without the music, right? It's kind of quiet. I don't want TikTok to hit me with a copyright. Having the music on, I think it'll be fine, but I'm not sure. So I'm kind of scared. Well, you're not gonna be able to hear me talk or nothing. So yeah, but no, I definitely definitely appreciate it. Now, Miss Spiritual, you still here? Let me see. I'm gonna try to. I do believe I have your information. I do. Let me see. And again, I apologize that we're starting a little bit later than scheduled. But again, we just roll with the punches. Says yes. Okay, cool. Yeah, Miss Spiritual been tapping in with us for a good little minute. Um, Coming through, and I appreciate y'all for continuing to show up. And I do hope that y'all continue to support and enjoy the lives, and that I'm providing some quality information to assist you all along your journey. So again, anytime that I'm live, whether it's here or on TikTok or whatever, you have questions about certain transits and things of this nature, always always tap in, right? Always tap in. So let me pull up this information for you real quick, Miss Spiritual, and I'll go over your chart for you. But yeah, that I do hope y'all enjoyed y'all day today so far. Will do, and you are. I definitely appreciate it. You have any updates on your boys' astrology app? Um, so in terms of like the program I'm using now, is astrology. Now I haven't had any updates in terms of the code, the affiliation code. Um, Last I talked to John, he was saying that it was, they were working on it and trying to get everything situated. So, I'm just being patient. And that's what I told him. I said, no, I ain't, I'm not rushing. I'll be, I'm just being patient. So, I do believe, they'll be getting it situated soon. Because again, it's helpful. It'll be helpful for me and other people for sure. 'Cause I know a lot of people ask me about it. And so I want to make sure that, people can save a little bit of money, you know. It's a great program. It is. It's so much more that it can do that I really don't show. Um, just because for the most part people want to come in and get the astrology. And I've noticed too, like when people do astrology, some people show the chart, some people don't. But I think it's super beneficial for people to see. Otherwise it's just like an overload of information, and it can be yeah. Tried it on Android, didn't work. That's if you're speaking to the charts you use. Yeah. So the charts that I use, yeah, it's a software program, so it's really, more so based for um laptops and desktops, things of those natures. I'm haven't tried it on on a tablet. I wouldn't probably try it because a tablet is more so like a bigger phone. Um, and their operating systems are different too. So that's why I always try to advise people, yeah, make sure if you get the program, make sure you use it on um, a laptop or a desktop so that way you can get the most out of it for sure. I'm sure at a certain point they will have a app version, but I haven't heard anything about how when that will be. So let's see. Got you. I will have to try it on PC. Yeah, 'cause I'm definitely happy that you went ahead and checked it out. It is a really good program. It is. It took me a little bit to get used to it, but it is a really good program. And it's a lot of features that are going to be enabled on it, right? So that'll be helpful too. I promise you, it does a lot. I'll probably probably show it off a little bit here, shortly. But all right, Miss Spiritual. So I do have your chart up, and I do have a Taurus rising. I have a Sun in Capricorn and a Moon in Capricorn. Is this correct for you, ma'am? Miss Spiritual, you at work? How's it spelled again? I got you. It's called Nishepsa. Let me see. Yeah, it's called Nishepsa. That you caught me? Say, yeah, yeah, it's okay. Hey, look, we don't judge. All right, I appreciate the dedication. Shit, if anything, I give you a round of applause, but I ain't got that feature on YouTube. I'm gonna have to invest in a soundboard for sure. But yeah, no, you're good, you're good. But I'm glad that this is correct. So, we'll just, go through house by house. Yeah, yeah, I appreciate the dedication. So when it comes to your first house, okay, the first house typically represents self, personality, vitality, appearance, and physical life. And this is typically what we highlight when we're talking about the first house, right? So the big thing is with the first house that I always highlight to people, as you've heard me say time and time again, that the biggest thing with the first house and the theme of the first house is really, highlights the journey that we're on in life, right? It really becomes, magnified when we start dealing with the actual ascendant, the degree, and the placement of the ascendant. But the overall theme of the journey that we're on in life is just towards energy, right? So it's about consistency, it's about loyalty and perseverance and practicality. Again, staying the course. That's really the big thing, staying the course. And at times that can be tough, right? At times that can really be tough. But that's important, right? Being patient, Miss Spiritual, being patient. The fact that you're a Capricorn stellium, I understand, right? That's the work aspect. That's the dedication. It's just like, yo, I'm at work, but I'm still tuned in. Right? That's a Venus in Pisces in the 11th house. But yeah, so it is important for you to continue to get this information because, again, when we're looking at your ascendant, it is at 3 degrees and 42 minutes, and it is highlighting this Gemini 12th part. And so when we're dealing with this Gemini energy, Gemini is all about giving and receiving information. And so this aspect shows up for you, right? Even though you're a Taurus, you can find yourself being a more, talkative and social Taurus for sure, right? And as Queen Cap says, and don't forget, everyone, you can cast this to your TV for a bigger view and still use your phone to chat. Thank you, Queen Cap, for that. So yeah, that's really important. So when we're dealing with this first house and with this ascendant at 3 degrees and 42 minutes, giving us, more of an ability to be adaptable, right? Because again, you'll hear a lot of the times, Miss Spiritual, that Taurus is, and especially as a Taurus rising, that you could be stubborn, and you probably have, tendencies and ways in which we like to be stubborn. But for you, you are more adaptable than most Tauruses, right? Again, this is that Gemini-esque energy, but it's not only that Gemini energy, right, with your ascendant showing up at 3 degrees and 42 minutes, it's also the fact that you have a Venus in Pisces, right? An exalted Venus in Pisces. All right. So I want you to really understand that, your journey in life is about you, understanding the value of things, right? And a lot of this comes from your ability to communicate with what? Other people, right? That's the 11th house. Your ability to communicate with others is what's going to, really make all the difference for you in your journey in this lifetime. This Venus is exalted in Pisces. Venus is a planet of our wants and desires. It's in the 11th house of friends and community, is in the Pisces sign, right? And Pisces represents compassion and empathy. Spirituality is a big indicator for this. And so people that you feel as though are connected, people that are tapped in, these are the people that we try to surround ourselves with, the people that we try to engage with, right? Because again, you see a lot of yourself possessing those qualities for sure. Creativity is something that's also going to be quite important for you as well. And so when we're looking at this Pisces Venus, this Venus is at 5 degrees and 33 minutes and it's showing up in this Taurus 12th part. So again, even when it comes to this Pisces energy and this sense of unconditional love, because that is the resonancy of an exalted Venus, right? Pisces is all about selflessness. Venus is our, the things that we love, the things that we want and desire. And so it's really unconditional love that shows up with this Venus being here in Pisces, right? And so this is going to be really important for us to, just keep in mind because this is going to show up as it pertains to your first house, right? You embody unconditional love, which can cause you to freely give and receive information, more so give information to other people, right? I would assume that you may find people coming to you all the time, and you're just like, oh yeah, I can help, I can assist, right? People might come to you with their issues, their troubles, right? When anytime people are in trouble, they may tend to come to you, Miss Spiritual, right? So we definitely got to get our bread right. Says all the time. It definitely does happen. Yeah, this is why. right? Because it's the energy, it's the frequencies that you possess. And so when we continue to look at this first house, we see the lot of spirit here. The lot of spirit is at 14 degrees and 51 minutes, and it is highlighting this Libra 12th part. So this is what our soul is needing, right? This is what could be very beneficial for our soul. But it can also indicate, aspects of your intelligence, aspects of your career and livelihood. But when it comes to this lot of spirit, it's in the Libra 12 part of Taurus in your first house. So again, finding balance is what your soul, and what could be beneficial to you on a more internal level, right? On a more spiritual level. Balance is what we're looking for. And this aspect is really important because again, Taurus deals with the physical things, right? It's fixed earth. And so balance between the physical and the spiritual is going to be really important. And that's really where we're trying to bridge the gap, right? So it is important for us to be a student, to learn, to understand, even though we are focused heavily on the physical things, right? The spiritual things is very important to us as well. And we have to be able to bridge the gap and find balance between the two, right? That shows up very straightforward in your chart. With this Venus and Pisces, this is very much the case. All right. So when we deal with the second house represents our possession, riches, and resources. This is the money, the bread, all right, the bag, that we tend to focus on. And with the ruler of Gemini being Mercury, and Mercury being in Capricorn, this is why we feel the need to work as hard as we do. It is because the mentality that you have is like, I have to work for everything that I got. And if I don't have it, I can achieve it. It might take a little bit of time, but I can get it. I just have to put in the work. Right. And so this Mercury at 26 degrees and 58 minutes retrograde is showing up in this Scorpio 12th part. So, sometimes we can work ourselves too hard. Sometimes we can take that work shit to the extreme. And we do need to be on the lookout for that. Right. We do. Because sometimes we can lie to ourselves about the work that we're doing and if it's actually making the difference, right? So I want this to be something that we think about, especially since you're finishing up your Saturn return right now. And so a lot of these aspects, a lot of these thoughts that you've been having, is this really making the difference or not? Am I really, in alignment? Am I actually getting the things that I need, right? Because you could be questioning yourself a lot of the times because of the work, right? And maybe feeling as though you're not getting as far as head as you may want to be, if that makes sense, right? This Saturn is at 20 degrees and 53 minutes, and it is rolling over this stellium that you have in Capricorn, as well as this Uranus and Mars in Aquarius. This Saturn is at 20 degrees and 53 minutes, and it's actually highlighting the Scorpio 12 part. Let's not take things to the extreme, right? Let's not take things to the extreme, especially as it pertains to our emotions and this selfless energy that we have, right? You embody unconditional love, but you have to be careful, right? Because you feel so strongly and you have this overall sense of loyalty, right? That I need to show up. I need to be there for others, right? That sense of responsibility, Capricorn, right? As it pertains to other people, right? Because again, the ruler of Pisces is Jupiter, and your Jupiter is in Capricorn as well, right? Mutual reception between your 11th house and your ninth house, your mentality indicates to you how important it is and the responsibility for you to show up for other people, that's your job, right? That's how you think, right? The ninth house is how we look at things. It's our ideology. It's how we perceive things. And so this overall outlook that you may have may be that, hey, if I don't show up for these other people, nobody else will, sir. This is my responsibility. I have to do this. We need to watch out for that because we can feel so intensely, so strongly, so passionately about showing up for other people that we are putting ourselves in harm's way, whether it's mentally, whether it's physically, whether it's emotionally. You have to make sure that you are setting the proper boundaries, not only for other people, but for yourself as well, right? And I will be very honest with you that this is something that shows up, right? Not to get into too much detail, but this showed up, right? In the reading that I did earlier today, right? The young lady that I was speaking about, right? She was a Pisces rising with Saturn, with Jupiter in the first house. Um, Highlighting this very same degree, right? The Scorpio degree is where her Jupiter is at, but she was a Pisces rising, right? Just coming back from the hospital, right? Because she's showing up and being there for everybody else that her health started to decline. So I'm not, saying this just to say it because it sounds dramatic. No, this shit is real. So with Jupiter being in Cancer currently, this is going to be the first thing that starts to wane if we do not start setting the proper boundaries. Okay. So I just want to keep that in mind. So you're not, setting yourself up. So again, when it comes to this Gemini second house, we do want to make sure that when it comes to the money and the finances, right, which is what we were initially talking about, we do want to make sure that we are actually, taking the time to do the work. But again, sometimes that work can be more so based off of our creativity than actual physical labor, right? This Mercury is in a conjunction with your MC, right? But so is this Sun and this Neptune and this Moon. So sometimes we can kid ourselves based off of how we feel, right? And what it is that we're thinking, right? With Neptune being smack dab in the middle, right? Close to this Mercury, sometimes we can be in a state of confusion about what it is that we should actually be doing with our time, right? So let's just make sure, right, that we understand what that work is. And because the ruler of Capricorn is Saturn and Saturn is in Pisces, right, it could be us actually delving deeper into our spiritual beliefs, right? These more intuitive type practices, really getting out here and expressing ourselves to other people, right? That's really the work. The ruler of Pisces is Jupiter. Jupiter is in Capricorn, highlighting what? This Aquarius to a part. This is the work. We're dealing with other people, right? But we're wanting to help provide a certain sense of service to others. We want to help people improve their life in a certain form or fashion, right? I would assume this is the case because again, you got Venus and Pisces, unconditional love. You want everybody to be fine. You want everybody to live a happy and abundant life, and that's beautiful, right? Do not feel as though you have to sacrifice yourself in order to do so. Okay? Now, when it comes to this third house, the third house represents siblings, short journeys, dreams, religious worship, divination. And so, when we're dealing with this Cancer third house, we do want to make sure that we are being nurturing and supportive to the people closest to us. You do have Lilith here. All right. Lilith represents suppressed tendencies and desires, right? Certain things that we want um, that may not be, in alignment or we do not tap in with for whatever reason. Now, Libra represents balance, it represents creativity, it represents aesthetics, right? How are things appearing? But it does represent harmony as well as fairness and justice as well. And so, with this Lilith being here, right, maintaining a relationship or partnership, maintaining a sense of balance within maybe our family dynamics. Hmm. Right, that can be a thing. I don't know if you have siblings, but this Lilith is making an opposition to this Jupiter here in Capricorn. So if this is not specifically a um family relationship, right? This could be a friendship, this could be a romantic relationship as well with this Jupiter being here. I would assume because this is the third house and the ruler of Cancer is the moon and the moon is in Capricorn as well. I would assume that this is more of a family relationship, but it could be the aspect of maybe we want to take care of ourselves by, getting into, a romantic relationship. But it's going to be hard for us to get into a romantic relationship when all we do is work and sleep. I have a sibling, but I like to think I'm my only child considering we're not close. Mm, absolutely woke one. Absolutely. I can definitely do that. Again, I do want to, just showcase my appreciation to y'all for showing up, right? And then I'll just go live on TikTok afterwards. So yeah, I could definitely do that. Um, but yeah, so it's gonna be important, with this Lilith being here, because I would assume this is what it is. Jupiter aspect. I would assume this is an older sibling. or are you the eldest? Right. With Jupiter, I always, for whatever reason, it just always signifies to me a older sibling, but you may be the elder sibling. But I would assume this is an older sibling. Is it an older brother? She's older by 10 years. Okay. Yeah. So yeah. Okay, and it is a she, right? It is, Capricorn and well, Cancer and Capricorn are both feminine signs, so I could have went that route, like, oh yeah, it's good, but Jupiter is more of a masculine type energy, so I wasn't certain. I kind of figured she was older with the Jupiter aspect, but I didn't know how much. But yeah, if she's older, 10 years, yeah, we're not particularly close, but maybe this is something, that could be worked on. Maybe this is something that we can find, in balance. Because I would assume, even if you have that outlook now that, yeah, we're not close, I'm my only child, woo, 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 woo. Um, Come on, who wouldn't want an older sibling, right? Especially an older sister, right? I know one thing for me growing up, I always wish I had an older brother that can kind of show me the way. I ended up becoming an older brother. And so I got to fulfill the function, right? But when you have an older sibling, like an older brother that kind of like protects you and kind of puts you on game and things of this nature, it's like so much, it's like a wealth of knowledge that, you can tap in with. Says me, I'm okay without. um, I hear your words, Miss Spiritual, right? But energetically it's just highlighting something different. Now, I will say that this Lilith is making an opposition to Jupiter, right? And this Jupiter being at 3 degrees is a cheat code. I wish I had that too. Facts, huh? Facts. But this Jupiter is showing up in Capricorn and this Aquarius 12th part. Again, this other person is showing up, but this moon being here, 17 degrees and 48 minutes, because now we're going to get into the thick of it. This moon here is what's ruling over this Cancer. This moon at 17 degrees and 48 minutes is highlighting this Leo 12th part. We can be reluctant, right? We can be quite conservative. Um, as it pertains to expressing ourselves and especially how we feel on a physical and emotional level, for sure, right? And this shows up when it comes to our third house. This is why this is part of the reason why there is no relationship with this sibling, right? There are certain feelings and emotions that you have that you bottled up, and we can lie to ourselves that I don't feel no type of way, but energetically it shows that you do. And again, hey, all I know is what the chart tells me. So, it's just something to consider if, we haven't really done a deep dive. Again, you embody unconditional love. So, come on, you know? But as we move forward, we do have the IC here as well. 21 degrees and 22 minutes. It is highlighting this Pisces 12 part. Okay. Okay. Now, okay, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate your transparency and honesty. Yes, absolutely. I'm hurt by it. But yeah, we have to move on. Life goes on. I absolutely understand. Right. But I also want us to understand how certain aspects that show up energetically in our chart, how it can affect us moving forward in life. That is my overall key and my overall theme and what it is I try to focus on when I do these readings for people, because it's important to understand that yeah, we can, life is life and we're going to, do what it is that we got to do anyway, and that's fine, right? But we have to acknowledge these things, especially with all this energy happening in Scorpio right now. And as a Taurus rising, Scorpio sits in your seventh house of relationships. So not addressing these wounds, not really coming to an understanding and trying to overcome certain wounds and things that we've done and dealt with, that can affect future relationships that we have with other people because we are still carrying this energy with us, right? And so, I just want you to see, I just want to put it on your conscious or even your subconscious if it gets to that point, right? To understand that this is something that we may need to look deeper into, for sure, right? But again, with this IC being here at 21 degrees and 22 minutes, it is highlighting the most private or hidden aspect of the self, the core foundation of who you are. This Pisces 12 part highlights in Cancer, it does highlight the need to be quite selfless, right? But again, when we're dealing with the IC, because let me backtrack. When it comes to the IC, it is the core foundation of who you are. Now, the Cancer aspect highlights again, because it's in the third house, lessons that we need to learn, right? Cancer represents support, being nurturing, being caring, security, right? That's one aspect of it. The fact that your IC is at 21 degrees, highlighting this Pisces 12 part, is highlighting the need to be compassionate. We want to take care of and support other people, but we need to be more compassionate. We need to be more empathetic. We need to try to put ourselves in this other person's shoes for us to really understand what it is that they might have dealt with. I wouldn't even know how to approach that with her, honestly. I'm kind of the black sheep in the family. I don't think anyone is spiritually inclined in my close family circle to be able to heal. Yeah. Yeah. And so, again, I do appreciate your transparency, right? Whether they're naturally spiritual or they're more spiritually inclined, I would say that, it's it's not as much as about that, right? Or once I feel that. Facts. I wouldn't say it's naturally that, they have to be spiritually inclined, right? Because, not everybody in my family is on the journey that I'm on, and that's okay, right? But it is the fact that you're spiritual, right? So you have the knowledge, right? So with great power, which is what knowledge is, make no mistake about it. With great power comes great responsibility. You have the understanding of this, how important this is, right? They may not. Your life has the ability to tenfold, right? Meaning, I think my family are NPC, and if they are, cool, right? Cool. But again, your family and the people that we're around, and this is what I was kind of indicating last night on the live, is that we as conscious individuals, right, people who have this understanding, it's really important for us to understand that the people closest to us, NPC or not, um they're influenced by us. We have that much type, we have that type of pull. And again, yes, you could have been the black sheep of the family, very much so, right? And you kind of see where you're at along your journey and where they're at, right? Your ability to truly show up and to support and to help these individual people is what's important, right? Now, am I saying that you got to go out and, do X, Y, and Z? No, not at all, right? You can only do what you can do, right? So even in the aspect of trying to mend, this particular relationship, which is what this Lilith is highlighting, um, conversation. You're a Taurus with an ascendant in the Gemini 12 part. Conversation. That's it. And whether they decide like, oh yeah, this is something we can work on, or nah, I'm cool, regardless of whatever they said, you've cleared that, you've addressed it with the person, and now you've been able to heal from that, because whatever they decide to do, you've done your part. And that's the biggest thing I want us to understand on our journey. Sometimes the mission is simply you doing your part, right? How many lives will go, I can't even speak how many lives I've been able to impact on a beneficial level, not even just with the astrology, just with simple things that I do in a day-to-day life, right? That I may not think nothing of, right? But it might have been, impactful to the individual, right? But what if I didn't do that, right? You'll be surprised how one single act can affect an entire person's, life, right? Because it's a ripple effect. I hold the door for somebody at the store, right? Oh, thank you. That might have put the person in a good mood, right? Then when they leave the store, they hold the door for somebody else coming in as they're leaving out, right? That person might have been in a shitty mood, right? Might have went in and with the intentions to do something, steal some candy or something, but they might have, had somebody at the cash register to help them out, right? So now they're in a better mood, right? You never know. It's literally a chain reaction. So again, your job, especially as a spiritual individual, is to do your part. Is to do your part because you're going to receive your blessings from doing that anyway. This is why I tell people all the time, like I try not to stress about financial matters and things of this nature, right? Me being on this path, me doing what it is that I'm supposed to do is what's gonna bring the blessings regardless. And I've been shown that time and time again. So that's what I just try to highlight for people. Again, you have the gift, you have this unconditional love, you are tapped in. So, again, at this point, this is just something, again, that is affecting you. And I want you to be at your best so that you can continue to be out there and show up for the people that really need it and that need you to show up. All right. So when it comes to this fourth house, speaking of family, when it comes to this fourth house represents um parents, home, hometown, secrets, privacy. It is in the sign of Leo. And Leo represents confidence and creativity, self expression and leadership. And with Leo being in the fourth house, pretty much all eyes were on you, right? I understand the dynamics of the family aspect now because typically what I highlight to people is that either you're the oldest child or you're the youngest child. We know that you are the youngest, right? Because you have one other sibling. And typically, with that being the case, all eyes are on you growing up, right? Everybody's paying attention to what you're doing. And so there is an important need to be able to express oneself with Leo in the fourth house, right? Because sometimes we can be shy, sometimes we could be a little more passive in that regard because the fourth house is a hidden house. But with the ruler of Leo being the sun and the sun being in Capricorn, it does show that you had a lot of responsibility placed on your shoulders, right? Because you had a sister that was so much older, right? So, it could have felt like maybe as though you were able to, or maybe I would assume with this Capricorn, because the sun is showing up at 28 degrees and 57 minutes, highlighting the Sagittarius 12 part. I would assume that you had a lot of responsibility and maybe even some restrictions as it pertains to your ability to go out and do different things, right? Again, a lot of people were watching you, family, parents, things of this nature. And so, your ability to really go out and do different things, this might have been something that you always wanted to do, but something that you may not have always been able to do, right? The ruler of Capricorn is Saturn, and Saturn is in 11th house. So when everybody else got to go to the skating rink with their friends, you had to stay home, right? That type of vibe. They used to do the lock-ins and stuff at the skating rink. Yeah, spirituals like nah. You'll stay here. You'll stay here. And it wasn't that this was always the case. I don't think. Um, but for a good majority of the times, yeah, when our friends got to do different things, we didn't really get to go out and be with them. Right? A bit of yes and no. Facts. Now I say it wasn't always the case, but yeah. Yeah, there was some boundaries when it comes to us wanting to do different things. Yeah, it wasn't always a go ahead. Nah. And that shows up when it comes to the fourth house. Again, the sun in Capricorn is really a focus on discipline and responsibility, a strong sense of maturity, and you might have felt as though you mature quite quickly, right? Definitely with being the youngest, but also being the one, because again, definitely with school facts, um, yeah, it was just it was work. It was things that you just had to do. It really was no, getting out of it. Even though we might have tried, we might have tried at times to get out of doing the things that we had to do, but nah, parents were definitely on it. Right. So this was something that shows up when it comes to this fourth house. Again, the ruler of Leo is the sun, and the sun is in Capricorn. All right. Now when it comes to this fifth house represents the things that bring us joy and pleasure. All right. The children, gambling, hobbies, fortune, honor, generosity. Um, okay. Welcome in, family. Welcome in. Okay, I'm back. Okay, good, good, good. No, you good. I know you were, dealing with I ain't trying to get you in trouble now. Yeah. I definitely appreciate you. But yes, so when it comes to this fifth house, we do have Virgo in the fifth, and again, it does represent, children, gambling, hobbies, fortune, honor, generosity. And with Virgo being here in the fifth house, Virgo represents again being analytical, methodical, and systematic. And so paying attention to the details, improving what it is that we've done, these things can be really important to us. All right. These things can be really important to us. I appreciate you so much. All right. So it's, going to be important for us to continue to go through and to do the things that we need to do for sure, right? And so with that being the case, I always tell people with Virgo energy is like work smarter, not harder, right? And so when it comes to our fifth house, we may enjoy doing research, right? You do have that ascendant in Taurus, but it's in the Gemini 12th part, and so you are a student to life, right? And so this more esoteric, occult, metaphysical type knowledge and things of this nature, always, all right? Says, yeah, it's worth the risk. May find out what's next for me in the reading. I definitely appreciate you taking that risk. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely appreciate you taking the risk. Like I said, I appreciate the dedication. Right? Because look, some people be like, yeah, nah, I can't risk that one. I really want this reader. I can't risk it. No, so I do appreciate you and your dedication, Miss Spirit. So it does not go unnoticed, right? We get on TikTok, I will give you a round of applause. All right. I'll give you a round of applause now. Because I do appreciate you. Hello, Miss Valerie. How are you? Welcome, man. Welcome, man. Definitely appreciate you being here. I'm just showing my appreciation for y'all who have came through by going through and doing y'all readings. And so again, when it gets to TikTok, naturally, because we'll probably switch over after a while. But yeah, I definitely want to show my appreciation for y'all because time got away from me, and so started a little bit late, but we're here, right? So absolutely. Absolutely. Definitely appreciate you. But right now we're talking about Miss Spiritual, right? We're talking about her fifth house right now. She has Virgo here. And so, naturally with Virgos, they are very analytical, right? And so I always assume with Virgo energy, right? And you know what they say about assuming. But I'll go out on a limb and say that with you I would assume that you enjoy research and you enjoy learning and analyzing different concepts and topics and things of this nature, right? The more metaphysical, the occult, the esoteric, yeah, right? You might have always been into paranormal videos and things of this nature, ghost stories, right? Growing up, right? Because you're a couple years younger than me, so, back in the day, it was Goosebumps, right? Not only the books, but the TV show. I used to love that shit, right? So that might have been something, that might have been like your first introduction into like the paranormal, right? The more scary and the taboo type things, right? And so, this shows up because, again, this Mercury is in Capricorn, but it is highlighting the Scorpio 12th part, right? Says absolutely, yeah. So, again, it is, at times it could have felt like work as we got older and started getting into the knowledge and the information. But for you, it's enjoyable because it's like, okay, yeah, Tales from the Crypt. I used to love that. Mom always watched them. Yeah. All right. So, we kind of picked that up. Yeah, Tales from the Crypt. That was my show too. Yeah. It was one show too on Nickelodeon back in the day. Um, what was it called? Um, damn, I can't think of the name, man. It is gonna bug me if I cannot call it. It was Nickelodeon. They used to always sit around a campfire, right? And anytime somebody gets to tell a story, they'll like throw like this dust in there, and then they go into the show, right? damn, is it after, is something after dark, tales after dark, or something, it's something like that. I can't think of the name, but yeah, man, that used to be my show too. So things like that, that was kind of like our first introduction into the more hidden aspects of things, right? This more spooky type vibe. And with your Mercury being here, Mercury being the planet of critical thinking, commerce, service, and speech, right? This is something that we've always kind of been interested in, especially with it being in your ninth house. So this shows up when it comes to the fifth house, right? The research that we've done, delving into deeper matters, that does show up for sure. And so I definitely appreciate that. Always appreciate that for sure. And so this is something that we find enjoyable, but we do want to make sure that we're continuing to put in the work for sure, right? Because again, with this Mercury being here, it is retrograde. And so we do want to review this because at times we may take, delving into certain matters, overthinking as well. Sometimes we can do that too much. Sometimes we can do it too much. It is Scorpio. So even though we're passionate about it, sometimes we could take these things to the extreme. And we just have to be mindful, right? This Mercury is retrograde. Okay. So just one thing we want to look at. All right. As it pertains to the sixth house represents health, sickness, service to others, daily tasks, pets, and travel. And with the sixth house being in Libra, maintaining relationships, um, taking the initiative, all right, to start the conversation. Hmm. Starting the conversation. This is something that's important. Now, again, with Chiron being here, as well as the North Node, Chiron represents trauma and wounds that we've sustained that we need to heal, right? This Chiron's at 14 degrees and 16 minutes. Are you afraid of the dark? Thank you so much. There it is. That is it. Are you afraid of the dark? That is the show. Yeah, that was my shit. That was my shit. Yes, I'm going through it with the overthinking. Yeah. And this is something we need to look out for. It is. Right, this is part of the limitations, right? And because we want to show up for other people, and we have this understanding, like it is important for us to show up. We feel kind of responsible to show up and to be that light for others. We can overthink the process and how we're going to do it. What are we going to talk about? I need to have this information in tow in order for me to show up for other people and give them this information. And it's like, do you really, you know? Do you actually need all that, or do you just need to be you and just speak on the things that stand out to you, right? This is where we can again take things to the extreme, right? That's that Neptune here, because that Neptune is in a conjunction with your Mercury. They're both sitting in this this Scorpio 12th part, right? 25 degrees to 27.5 degrees. Guess what? Your Neptune's here. Guess what? Your Mercury's here. And so, because Neptune represents illusions, delusions, right? Things that we're not seeing clearly, um, the overthinking aspect, we may not always see that, right? We can feel it from time to time when it gets really extreme. But again, Saturn is in Pisces currently. Saturn is in your 11th house. So, currently, even you finishing up your Saturn return is just trying to get you to really limit. I'm starting to see that now. Definitely have to fill my cup before others. You do, right? And when you embody a lot of unconditional love as you do, that can be hard, right? It could be hard, because again, you just want other people to know that you're loyal and you're dependable and that they can rely on you. Um, but again, that's a lot of responsibility that you place on your shoulders on top of trying to take care of you. Because the aspect of it is that you need reciprocity, and it's so easy for you to show up for other people, but are other people showing up for you? North Node and Libra in your sixth house. This is something that we have to face and deal with every day. It is, and we can't get away from it, right? This Chiron is here. This wound is highlighting the same thing, reciprocity, based off of what? This unconditional love that you have, this compassion, this empathy, right? This selfless nature that you have. Guess what? We've been burnt. by being so selfless, by being so um you know s- compassionate, empathetic. And it's not to say for you not to be compassionate, empathetic, right? Because Saturn is a spiritual planet and it's trying to teach you a spiritual lesson. But guess what? This wound here is showing up because we've done this time and time again because we embody this unconditional love that, we will, we will go out of our way for others. But these other people aren't necessarily going out of their way for you. And so you're getting the short end of the stick. And that is the wound. This Chiron is making a square to your Lilith, right? Part of that is this relationship that I'm assuming we're dealing with sister, right? Because she might have been the first one. Um, you trying to show up and be there for her, trying to, hold the olive branch to have that, relationship, and maybe she didn't put forth no effort. That could have made you feel a certain type of way to where now you're just kind of like fuck it, which I would understand, right? But at the same time, we're older now. We have a greater understanding of things now. Like, okay, what it is that she might have been through, right? Did we even possibly consider that, right? How was her upbringing, right? Because with her being 10 years older than you, right, that's a decade. A lot can happen in 10 years. You feel me? The relationship with parents and where they were at, and maybe the things that she's seen and gone through might not have been the same type of experience you had growing up, right? So that's something we have to consider. This Chiron, though, again, someone just told someone someone today the same thing. I'm always getting the short end of the stick. Yeah, yeah. Confirmation. All right. This Chiron also is making a square. I would assume this is going to be what is 14 degrees. It's making a square to this moon. So we got mother wounds here as well. All right. We got mother wounds here. So even though, the relationship with moms is okay, right? With this moon being in Capricorn, highlighting this Leo 12th part, she might have been there. She was selfish growing up, didn't care about me as a sibling. Now she's older, she's delusional, and now cares. I don't like fake shit. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I Yeah. 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 That's always a toughie. That's always a toughie. Um, yeah, I would assume it's the emotional aspect, right? That's probably what it is, right? I was assuming that it could be, this mother playing a role in this, and maybe she did, maybe she didn't. But it is something emotional, right? It's an emotional expression, right? That you felt like you did not receive. The moon is in detriment in Capricorn, right? Let's make no mistake about it. All right. Yeah, I know Kanye shrug is just like, hey, whatever, But for real, it is tough because naturally, for you to embody unconditional love, that's all you ever wanted. That's why you show up the way you do for other people. That's why you be getting the short end of the stick because you understand what it feels like not to experience that um growing up. Absolutely. The mom did. Yeah. And that's the Chiron making a square to the moon. She played it. We have the same mom, different dads. Yeah. Now I about to say that would be the aspect of it. Is that mom played a role in this as well, right? Um, Again, I wanted to be mindful. I know how important image of mom show is. Mom is very important. Um, and again, it's not to say that she was a bad mother or anything like that. That might not have been the case, but it's the aspect that again, the moon represents our emotions, right? The things that we can connect to on a physical and emotional level. Um, you say she always got whatever with my mom. I always tell my dad they have separate children. He has me. My mom has her. I can relate to this. I think it's very common against siblings, amongst siblings with different fathers. Yeah, yeah, it is. It is. It is. It is. It is more common. Um, because when it's your dad that's there, it's one thing. Um, right? Especially, having different siblings. But when it's your parents, I mean, when it's your sibling whose dad is maybe no longer in the picture, it's like, they're still missing a piece of them. And this is why I had my whole tangent yesterday. Facts. Right? Because again, we do really, as conscious individuals, especially on this spiritual journey, it's really important for us to understand how important a two-parent household is, and for us to keep the family intact, because that is what the system is attacking, right? For us as, melanated individuals, black people, however you want to look at it, right? For us specifically, that is the direct correlation and why we see the issues that we see within our own community. Because the first level of attack that they came, once they came to a certain understanding, was to understand that they needed to attack the black family, and that has been on the docket. Right? It started in the 70s with the shutdown of the factories, right after civil rights. They said never again will there be a black leader take office or take the stage to stand up against the government, right? So how did they go about dismantling the black family? They started in the 70s, right, with the shutdown of a lot of the factories, starting to take out, a lot of trades in high school, right? A lot of that started in the 70s. Once that happened, now you have black men without jobs. Again, at this same time, a lot of people are, working, providing for their families, things of this nature, right? That's most of your 70s. Late 70s, they start implementing welfare and government assistance and things of this nature. That became a thing. Then you get into the 80s. Okay, black men still ain't working. All right, still finding it hard to make money. And then they implement the crack epidemic in the 80s. Hmm. Okay. Now guys are making money, but then they're going to jail too. Then you implement the three strike rule in the 90s, right? Gang violence in the 90s. Yeah, and so, it's been a very systematic approach to where we're at now, right? You see, so it's deeper than rap. It's very systematic, but the important aspect of it is the family, right? When the family's together, it's hard to overcome that, right? I was raised in a two-parent household. She was raised by a grandma because mom was teenage mother, her dad in and out of jail. She also has other siblings from her dad. I don't. I'm my dad's only child. Yeah, right. So her experience was different than yours, right? You might have had that foundation needed. That wasn't really her experience. So, even though, from your perspective, it felt like she was being fake, that you tried to, reach out and, again, as any younger sister would, you want to be around your big sister. You want to, kind of gang. She was going through shit. Let's be honest. She was. If my dad is in and out of jail, my mom is a teenage mom, I'm being raised by my grandma, like, that's a lot of shit to deal with. Then, she's going through, young age, because again, even when being raised by your grandparents are way harder than your parents. Facts. Grandparents are very much Saturnian energy. They don't play that shit because they were raised in a different generation altogether. So, yeah, even though from your perspective, yeah, she might have gotten more things from your mother once she, probably got on her feet and things of this nature. Still, it was her experience, her life is different, right? And so now she might be at that stage where maybe she's done some of the work, maybe she's self-reflected, and now she may care, right? I don't want you to feel as though it's fake though, right? If she's trying to showcase that. Only again, I'm only speaking from the outside looking in. I don't know all the dynamics, so I can't speak fully to this, right? But just off of what it is that I'm hearing, yeah. So now I feel like my mom is guilty of that, and anything she wants, she gets still to this day. And that could be the case. Absolutely. Now I will agree with you on that. That could be the case. That may be why you feel the way you feel that, yeah, she gets whatever she wants. And it's the guilt. It's the guilt that mom has, right? That, you know, unintentionally you're affected by, right? Because it's not like that for you. I say, Aquarius, that shit fake, but I hear you. Well, I appreciate the honesty. Look, look, I get it. If she really cared, why not pick up the phone and call as an older sibling? True. All right. I'm not defending her. I'm not. All right. This reading is for you. I'm just simply saying, that's a lot to deal with. All right. And again, who knows when it comes to her chart and how things will show up for her. All right. She might have placements and things of this nature where, talking was never really her thing. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know. All right. I can't justify why not picking up the phone and call. Right. But I'll say this too. I got siblings too. Siblings that I care very deeply for. Right. They don't I got an older sibling and a younger sibling. Right. But, for them to pick up the phone and call, right? A lot of people don't do it. To be honest with you, siblings don't do it either, right? Everybody's just kind of doing their own thing. And so that's probably why she didn't pick up the phone and call, right? To you, it's fake because you would do that, right? But the aspect of it is that we can't hold our thoughts and we can't expect other people to be us, and that's a lot of the times what we do. A lot of the times that what we do. Luz, hello, how are you doing? Welcome, man. I appreciate you being here. Welcome, man. Welcome, man. Probably has big sage beliefs about everyone else. Facts. Facts. She's Virgo. Mom is a Pisces. Yeah. Yeah. So Loud Clouds. Oh, I definitely appreciate you, Loud Clouds. Welcome, man. Welcome, man. Definitely appreciate you tuning in. So yeah, we're doing a reading from his spiritual, and I definitely appreciate y'all tapping in. Again, I started a little late. Um, Time got away from me, but I do appreciate y'all being here for sure, for sure. Um, so I would say that when it comes to she's being a Virgo, right? We got the South Node in Virgo. So her thing is this: Virgos are naturally reserved anyway. Virgos ain't fucking with any and everybody. They don't. That's just their natural disposition. She's a overthinker too. She probably thinks you hate her, even though when you're younger, you probably try, right? But Virgo is ruled by Mercury. Again, we just talked about your Virgo fifth house and how you tend to overthink, how you tend to overdo it. That's her all the time. Her self note is there. So she's coming to realization that it's not about her. And a lot of the things that she want to have in her control, she don't have no control over. Everything around her is changing at this point. Regardless of where her sun sign is. Mercury is in a conjunction with Mars in Scorpio. Her life is changing, and she probably feels as though she has no control over none of the shit that's happening around her. That is facts. So I can't speak to, why she operates in the way that she does, but I can tell you the energy of Virgo. Yeah, I could tell you the energy of Virgo. So, mom and Pisces, she's going through it too. She's going through it too. North Node is there. So mom is trying to, make up for what it is that she might not have been able to provide. Right? That's that selfless energy. And so she's trying to make up for lost time or to correct wrongs and things of this nature. But just getting back to your reading, right? Because I don't want to make this about them. This is about you. But when it comes to your sixth house, right, that Chiron, it is a wound that we do need to heal. And that's what the new moon was about. Addressing wounds, healing wounds, trauma, things that we've been carrying with us for quite some time. It's time for us to address it and to heal it. It is. It is. And your Chiron is showing up with this sense of, reciprocity. Because again, part of the reason why we go above and beyond for other people is the fact that we didn't have people to do that, or at least it felt like people really didn't do that for you, right? So, for you, it could be as though, like, hey, people recognize me when I'm going out my way for them. But still, we want to make sure that it's being reciprocated. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. And that's what your North Node is highlighting. Your North Node is here in Libra at 21 degrees and 26 minutes, highlighting this Gemini 12th part. We need to make sure that we are, telling people what it is that we are expecting of them. We do. We do. Hey, I'm a very, loving, unconditional love type person. I'm very, compassionate, empathetic, and kind. Um, and I tend to sacrifice a lot for the people that I care about, right? But make no mistakes about it. What I put out is what I expect in return. If you cannot provide that, then be honest and straightforward with me and let me know. You have to initiate that conversation. And that's what the North Node is highlighting. Cardinal air, right? Cardinal represents initiation. Air is being, it could deal with thoughts, but it can also deal with conversation too. And just understanding Libras will start a conversation with anybody. Very good at it, right? And so it's really about you starting the conversation with other people. The ruler of Taurus is Venus. Your Venus is in the 11th house. Because when you start having the conversations with the people who may have caused these wounds, right, to tell them how you really feel, right, so that you can heal and stop carrying these wounds with you, guess what? It's going to be so much easier to start and have those conversations with other people. Just how it shows up. Okay. But again, the ruler of Taurus, the ruler of Libra is Venus, and Venus is in Pisces. This Venus in Pisces is highlighting this Taurus 12th part. We need consistency. We need to consistently start to have conversations with others because, again, this is a big part of our journey, right? Now, when it comes to the seventh house represents relationships, marriage, enemies, contracts, partnerships, close associations. The ruler of Scorpio is Mars. Your Mars, right, is in Aquarius. And so when it comes to, our seventh house, ultimately Scorpio represents intensity, being enduring, magnetic, passionate, and transformative. And with, this Scorpio descendant being here at 3 degrees and 42 minutes, we do need to do some things differently as it pertains to our relationships. Just let that simmer for a little bit. Oh, I love astrology. It's spiritual. Oh, I love it. I love it. Yeah. Oh, I love it. We need to do some things differently. We need to start to maybe express ourselves and how we truly feel, right? Because the thing with Scorpio is we tend to suppress things with scorpionic energy. We tend to hide it. Oh, it doesn't affect me. I'm fine. I'm cool, right? You already embody those qualities as a damn Capricorn stellium with your sun, moon, Mercury, and Jupiter being there. Mm-hmm. You see, it always comes out. It always comes out. That's why, look, I trust my eyes more than anything you would know. When it comes to this astrology, oh, I trust my eye because it never fails. It always shows up, right? The fact that the ruler of Scorpio is Mars and your Mars is in Aquarius, Aquarius is dealing with other people. Mars is the actions that you take. You need to do some things differently as it pertains to the actions that you take, the interactions that you have with other people because it's showing up. Yeah, keep it moving. Say it ain't so. Don't have time to be emotional. Yeah, but you do. You do. You do. I know you at work, but look, if not now, then when? If not now, then when? I don't want you to cry, but I want you to understand that this is something that we dealing with. Mars is currently in Scorpio. Mercury's currently in Scorpio. The moon is currently in Scorpio. You've been carrying all this with you for so long, and it's time to let that shit go. And the only way we're going to be able to do that is by addressing it. Whether you do it now, tomorrow, next week, this is what it is. Q, what's going on? Welcome in. Welcome in. We getting into it right now. We getting into it right now when it comes to these readings, right? But definitely, definitely. So we'll keep it moving. But understand this Mars is at 8 degrees and 52 minutes, and it is highlighting this towards 12 part. We could be stubborn with the actions that we take, especially when it comes to other people. All right. When it comes to expressing, being empathetic and compassionate, we tend to suppress that. We're trying to limit us suppressing how we actually feel, being compassionate and empathetic. But we can absolutely be stubborn. Don't be stubborn. Don't be stubborn. This Mars in Aquarius in your 10th house of public image is making a square to your descendant. This stubbornness that we have as it pertains to, certain interactions with other people, it can definitely show up in our relationships. You'll be surprised how, one area of life impacts another, right? hmm These wounds that we have, it can show up in romantic relationships, even though it has nothing to do with a romantic relationship. Yeah, life works in that way. So, just something to keep in mind. Eighth house, we do have Sagittarius in the eighth. Eighth house represents other people, relationships. Well, this YT format is nice. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Yeah. I want to start getting over here more and start doing more like reaction videos, delving into more of the, the books and the history and things of this nature, because then it'll be a little easier for me to, kind of cut these things up and put it, make videos out of it, have it as like shorts and, YouTube shorts, as well as like TikTok videos and things of this nature. So I do want to start, hopping on YouTube more. Um and so I'll, every Wednesday, I'll probably end up changing the time, but every Wednesday I want to start hopping on live and doing this format for sure. For sure. Um, but I appreciate y'all being here. Most definitely. Most definitely. Um, the thing is with this Pluto being here, Pluto represents transformation, power, unalive rebirth, right? And so with Pluto being here, I definitely appreciate you. I did receive it. I did receive it. I definitely appreciate you for thinking about me, because that does help. Trust me, every little bit helps, family. It damn sure do. It damn sure do. Oh yeah, yeah. I definitely appreciate you. Oh yeah, definitely do that. Yeah, because that's what I like. I'm very much into the esoteric, the occult. I want to deal with the mythology, the history, the ancient sciences, and things of this nature. Yeah. So it's not to say that I can't do it on TikTok, but because I built my platform on TikTok, that's more so based off of astrology, even though my most viral video is me, correcting an individual when it came to history. um yeah, it is, it is important. And yes, you will definitely get there. You will definitely get there. This is your first YouTube live? Well, I appreciate you, Loud Clouds, for taking the time to be here with us. Because yeah, it is this is my first time going live solo. So, it's a new experience for all of us, I guess. But yeah, the YouTube aspect, it's important. It's important. This is where I started the Aquarius. This is where the Aquarius theory even came from, right? It's trying to think of a name for my YouTube channel, right? Because I started over here first, and then I came to the realization, like, yeah, a lot of people aren't coming across my videos, so I really do need to, find out where the people are at, and everybody at that time was on TikTok. Mine too, to be honest. This is Pequenos, by the way. Oh, shout out to you, Pequenos. Definitely appreciate you tapping in. Yeah, thank you for the clarity, right? Loud Clouds have to do the same thing. Yeah. Especially if I have like a different TikTok name. Yeah, a different TikTok name from your YouTube. Yeah, it definitely helps. Feels cozy over here. It does, don't it? It does. It does. um, but back to you, Miss Spiritual. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely not as easy to grow as TikTok. It's not. And so, I went to TikTok with the hopes that I can, make enough content and to, reach enough people and try to, bring them over to YouTube because, this is more so, there's more room to breathe over here. TikTok is a little, ain't no telling what you're going to see over there. Awfully spastic on TikTok for this Gen Xer fact. Trust, as a millennial, it's hard to keep up, man. Some of these people posting 11 videos a day. I'm just like, yo, shout out to you. Because, yeah. I had to make a channel to join live, so I didn't know how to change my name. Oh, no, you're fine. You're fine. If you go to your edit profile, you may be able to change it. You may be able to change it. But I definitely appreciate you even putting in that much effort to just join up. Again, the dedication is it means a lot to me. It really does. Again, family, like I can't lie to y'all, like this has been a journey in and of itself. So just y'all showing up again, it really does mean a lot. So I appreciate y'all greatly. Now class my poetic person. Well, we appreciate you both for sure. But spiritual, right? I do want to talk about this eighth house for you, right? I want to keep you on edge because we still got some things to talk about, and I know we've covered a lot. But with this Pluto being here in your eighth house and eighth house representing other people in transformation, ultimately, Sagittarius is here. And again, there are some things we need to do differently as it pertains to our interactions with other people because there's value here. This Pluto is at 2 degrees and 30 minutes, and it is highlighting the Sagittarius 12 part. And so it's important for you to understand that things can be uncomfortable and we can be fearful of stepping outside of our comfort zones, but that's where your power lies, right? You're supposed to be expressing yourself and the things that you've been through, the journey that you've been on, right? And the wisdom that you've gained through your different experiences, because guess what? You can help somebody else who may be dealing with something quite similar, right? But they will never know this if you never start to express it. This is why it's important for you to start to have these conversations. It's all connected. It is. It is. And I can't stress how important it is, to be honest with you. Um, but as we continue to go through, you'll see. But yeah, this is where your power lies. All right. It's in the eighth house. And so again, the ruler of Sagittarius is Jupiter. Jupiter is in Capricorn. The Jupiter in Capricorn is highlighting this Aquarius 12 part. You're highly intelligent. All right. And you're here to innovate certain systems and structures that are in place, certain old ways of doing things. You're supposed to be innovating these things, right? This is what you put your faith and belief in, your ability to change, to alter, to do something that hasn't been done before. You pride yourself on that. There's a lot of faith and belief in your ability to do just that. And so it's important for you to understand that that shows up when it comes to our ability to do some things differently. It is. There's really no getting around it. We need to start to express ourselves to others and be more optimistic about our ability to change the perspective of others as well, right? Now, when it comes to this ninth house, you have a stellium here in Capricorn, right? You have Jupiter, the moon, Neptune, Mercury, and the sun all here in Capricorn in your ninth house of philosophy. Now, the ninth house does represent long journeys, religion, media, divination, publishing, internet, and astrology. But it also, or it overall signifies our ideology and the things that stand out to us from a higher mental level, right? Our perspectives a lot of the times, right? And so with the Capricorn aspect, again, staying out the way, keeping my head down, putting in the work, time, energy, effort, being responsible, being disciplined, all of those aspects. That's your overall mentality and outlook on life. And it shows up in that way, right? Your Mercury and your Sun is here. The other aspects of it is the fact that Jupiter is here. right? And the moon is here. So the Jupiter is again a spiritual planet, right? It does represent the things that we're putting our faith and belief into, right? Justice, luck, expansion, freedom, right? These things are showing up as well. All right, the planet of abundance, but Jupiter, anything that Jupiter touches, it makes bigger. And so this Jupiter being in Capricorn, highlighting this Aquarius to a part is really, highlighting the aspect that a lot of what we put our faith in is our ability again to change what is already in place. Aquarius is really powerful in that manner, right? The understanding of Aquarius is that it's ruled by Saturn, right? Aquarius and Capricorn are very, very unique planet. I mean, very unique signs in and of itself, because it's the only sign or the only signs that are ruled by the same planet that follow one another. It's not like that for any other sign in the zodiac, right? That's important to understand. Saturn is a spiritual planet in and of itself. When you understand that Saturn is the only planet that opposes both luminaries, both the moon in Cancer and the sun with Leo, you will understand how important Saturn is, right? Now, with Saturn being that important, I want you to understand that you have a lot of Saturnian energy. So this is very much spiritual in when we get into the deeper aspects of it. Um but it's going to play out very physical, right? Very much in our day-to-day lives and how we are perceiving and the things that stand out to us, right? But that's why Saturn represents introspection as well, because Saturn is ultimately wanting you to understand that this physical stuff is temporary, right? We have to go within. And so a lot of the spiritual journey is us understanding what's going on physically around us, but us going within to deal with the spiritual aspects as well, which is what your lot of spirit is highlighting. Which is why I said in the beginning of this reading, yeah, we can deal a lot with the physical things, the values and things of this nature, but at the same time, we're here to find balance between the spirit, the physical, and the spiritual. It is. All water signs are dealing with spirituality. This is why they sit in all the hidden houses. Cancer naturally sits in the fourth house, spiritual hidden house. Scorpio naturally sits in the eighth house. Water sign, naturally a hidden house. It's a spiritual house. 12th house, Pisces. It's a water sign. It's a spiritual house, a hidden house, 12th house. So, yeah, the water signs are very much dealing with spiritual aspects, right? And the houses that they naturally sit in are more so spiritual houses. And so, yeah, we're here to find a balance between the two, right? So with this Jupiter, it is highlighting again, we're here to understand what has been put in place, what it is that, the traditions, the systems, the structures, so that we can innovate, because sometimes certain systems and structures, they no longer benefit, they no longer work. They're not going to, be able to keep up to where we're going into the future. And that's what Aquarius thinks about, right? This is why Aquarius is, associated with innovation, because that's what we're trying to deal with. This is what you put a lot of your faith and belief into, innovating what has already been put in place, right? And so that's one aspect of it, right, that we're dealing with on a mental level. You do have the moon here, the moon at 17 degrees and 48 minutes, right? This moon is highlighting this Leo 12 part. Again, we're not necessarily expressing ourselves and how we're feeling, especially to other people. Why do that, right? I'd rather just keep that to myself. That's that conservative aspect. This is why these wounds are still here, and why I've been telling you that we have to address this. This is why starting the conversations is important, because it showed with this Lilith, for one, right? That was one aspect of it. But it came up again when we started showing and dealing with this Chiron, right? This Lilith is making a square to the Chiron. So, yeah, very much so. Your tendency to, withhold the expressing of your emotions is what's causing a lot of the issues. You have too much compassion and love to give to hold a lot of that in and not express yourself, because you don't feel like what is validated, people don't care, like whatever the case may be, right? Because even at that aspect, yeah, I know. I feel like, come on. I can sit here and say I'm reading you for filth, but that, you know, nervous laughing emoji says it all. Trust. It is what it is. I just want to help. That's it. This is all love, but I have to be honest. I have to be honest because the moon is in a conjunction with Neptune, so we're literally lying to ourselves. That Neptune is sitting in between both your Mercury and your moon and is making a conjunction to both. It's making a conjunction to both. We are literally lying to ourselves about how we feel and what it is that we're thinking about. We're not seeing things clearly. Definitely think they don't care, but they do. They do. That's the aspect of you saying most of these things I already know. Yeah. And I tell that to people all the time when they get these readings. A lot of the stuff that I'm going to tell you, you already know, but that's not why you get the reading. You get the reading for confirmation to see if you're tripping or if how you see things is exactly how it is. Because again, I literally have nothing. I don't know any personally, right? I don't know any of y'all personally enough to know what it is that y'all deal with. It is the astrology that I'm dealing with. And so for me to highlight these things and to confirm all these different aspects and things that you've been through, it is confirmation. It is, right? So yeah, you know this, but sometimes we just need that confirmation, and that's what this is what the astrology does, right? This is what makes it so powerful. So again, this moon is here in a conjunction with the Mercury. They definitely care, but again, I've been in hermit mode too long not to know. Yeah, yeah. But again, the overthinking is what does it, and this is what Saturn is trying to get you to limit, right? Because you done thought of every situation, the reasons why. You done thought that 100 million times by now. And then when you actually do take the time to have that conversation, you start acting in this North Node, right? In order to try to find some sense of peace and balance. When you actually do it, it won't be none of the millions of ways you thought it was going to go. Trust me, man, I've done it far too many times not to be able to tell you how that shit goes. Because I'm an overthinker too. I'm a Gemini rising, right? Mercury in Aquarius. My mind constantly goes. And typically, once you have the conversation, it never goes to how you thought it would. All right. I have Neptune in Capricorn. Yeah. So I get it. But yeah. So, again, you got the MC here. We talked about the Mercury and the Neptune enough. So we kind of know how those are highlighted. But the big thing with this MC is that this MC, which is your purpose, your career, what it is that you came here to do, it is at 21 degrees and 22 minutes. Stuff that hasn't even happened is thought about. Facts. Yeah. There is the potential, right? We try to prep ourselves for what could happen, but it hasn't happened, so we don't know. And that's the delusions, because you could have thought about, like, oh, if I have this conversation, she's gonna react like this, and then she's gonna say this, and then I'm gonna say that, and then she's gonna react like this, and then I'm gonna get pissed off, and so that's why I don't even deal with it. That's you literally playing the situation out mentally without actually taking the action. You done psyched yourself out from doing the thing that you really want and need to do. All right. And so that Neptune, this MC being here, all right, which is again your purpose, what it is that you came here to do. This MC is at 21 degrees and 22 minutes, highlighting this Virgo 12 part in Capricorn. This is the great work for you, right? With great power comes great responsibility, and that stems a lot from your mental perspective. Saturn is in Pisces. You're highly creative. You're highly compassionate. You're highly empathetic, highly intuitive, highly selfless, right? We have a tendency to take a lot of these selfless tendencies, this creative tendencies and things of this nature. We have a strong tendency to take that shit to the extreme, and it shows up and plays out for you mentally, stressing yourself out for no reason. None, right? And so as it pertains to your purpose, you are literally here to express your creativity, right, in hopes of being of service to others. You are here to build and create something. You are here to build and create, Capricorn, something that will assist and improve the lives of other people, Saturn and Pisces in 11th house. That is the selfless act that you are trying to do. But remember, the ruler of Pisces is Jupiter, and Jupiter is in Capricorn in the sign of Aquarius. Something that has already been in place, something that may have already been about. You're here to innovate that. That is the great service and work that you're trying to do for other people. All right. That's going to require you to be able to tap into your imagination, which we may not because we're only dealing with the physical, right? Um, it's going to require you to express yourself and your emotions. Again, what we don't do. And then also, we're going to have to use our mental capabilities to see what is that, to figure out what is missing by understanding that we're trying to do something different. All of this energy, this moon, this Neptune, this Mercury, this sun is all interplaying with this MC because all of these qualities are going to be needed for you to fulfill this purpose. It is. Got to release that need to control or know how everything is going to go. Collective transit, South Node and Virgo. Facts. Facts. Been telling people all year. Been telling people all year. It's time to release that need of control. Got to have things your way and how you perceive it. You got to operate more off of what? Faith and belief. More so belief than anything, because that's all you got. That's all you going to have. From now to the summer of 2026, all we got to operate on is belief. And I believe in my ability to get this done. My ability to imagine the infinite possibilities of what could be. I'm going to operate off of that. How things fall is how they fall. I can't control it, right? And that could be hard a lot of the times, especially for earth signs, because they're very practical individuals. And you having a stellium in Capricorn shows that case. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, it's going to be important. It's going to be important for us to understand that we got to tap in. We got to start using our imagination, that more spiritual left, right side of our brain, the imagination, our creativity. All, yeah, we're going to have to start implementing that more for sure. Okay. When it comes to this 10th house represents public image, reputation, career, status, and rank, but it's very much how people perceive you publicly. You have Aquarius here in the 10th house. Aquarius represents innovation, intelligence, uniqueness. It can symbolize unorthodox or being unorthodox, I should say, but it also highlights collectivism as well as avoidance, and we can't avoid people at times. The thing is that this Uranus is here as well as Mars is here in Aquarius, and so Uranus represents unexpected events that can take place. You may meet some people unexpectedly that can really help you show up publicly, right? And we do want to be recognized publicly, right? This is Venus, your chart ruler, in the 11th house, exalted. Yeah, the right people can definitely put you on the path for you to be seen publicly. I think that's part of what we're doing now. You know, so I'm working on it. Yeah, I know you are. And again, I appreciate your patience and your willingness to be open. It is, I am. Good trust. I understand how tough it can be to have somebody that you watch or listen to, and they just sit here and just kind of tell you everything, and just like, yo, like, is it really like that? And it's like, yeah, it really is. But it's to help put you on a path that you're supposed to be on, right? But again, with Uranus being here, unexpected events that can take place. Uranus also represents the truth, right? Metaphysically, sudden changes and shifts that can show up. Innovation and technology can show up with Uranus as well. But this Uranus in Aquarius at 0 degrees is pure Aquarius energy, and it's really us innovating, right? How we're wanting to be seen, right? Yeah, let's show up and let's be an innovator. Let's do something that hasn't been done before. Let's do something different. But again, with Mars being here at 8 degrees and 52 minutes, highlighting this Taurus 12 part, we can be a little um, stubborn in our approach. It's like we want to innovate, we want to do something different, but we may not always, think about how we can do that, right? Part of the ability to innovate does stem from your ability to imagine, all right? To tap into your creativity. And this might be something that we limit because, again, we're dealing with practical reality. We have to be realistic about shit, right? But sometimes we take things too literal. Sometimes we take things too personal. And the Saturn is like, yo, you go within. You're looking at everything outside of you, and I'm trying to get you to go within, right? So now that we are in a state where we are more open, right, where we are more spiritually inclined, it is really important for you to go within, and that shows up when it comes to this 10th house because it is this understanding, this spirituality, this ability to embody unconditional love that's going to show up for you in your 10th house, right? It is the people that you are able to build these strong connections with that's going to be there to help you show up in a certain particular manner and allow you to be seen and recognized for who you are, right? But part of that is being able to express our emotions in order to connect with people. So everything I said up until this point is for a reason because it all interplays off of one another. So when we get to this 11th house, we have Venus here, again, exalted at 5 degrees and 33 minutes, highlighting this Taurus 12 part. Again, consistently showing up and expressing this unconditional love for other people. This is what we truly want and desire. But again, with Saturn being here at 20 degrees and 53 minutes, highlighting the Scorpio 12 part, we're here to limit the need to overdo it, right? We got to set some boundaries. And the fact that you're finishing up your Saturn return, right? And that Saturn is going to get to about 25 degrees, which will be, Saturn is already making a conjunction with your natal Saturn. So, yeah, we're dealing with that. This is why we've been in hermit mode, right? The whole reason you've been in hermit mode and the reason you haven't been outside is because you started your Saturn return and things started to shift for you, right? For whatever reason, things became increasingly hard to where the only thing we could focus on is work and doing work type activities, work and sleep. Because even dealing with people, once your Saturn return started in March of 2023, even dealing with people felt like a job. And so it's just like, yeah, I'd rather not. And that's because Saturn is trying to get you to go within. That's what your whole Saturn return is about. Go within so that once you get done doing the work that you're supposed to be doing, that you can actually show up for other people in the manner in which you're supposed to. Because there's people out here looking for you, spiritual, looking for your guidance, looking for your knowledge. That's how it shows up again. The ruler of Pisces is Jupiter. Jupiter's in Capricorn, highlighting this Aquarius 12 part. This is the work. This is the work. Again, I can only be in this position from doing the work. So it's not like I'm just speaking because of, again, just astrology. I had to do the shit, right? So it hits a little different when you've actually done it and have the ability to speak from your experience. Yeah, I could not be here telling people the things that I'm telling them without having the experience to back me up. I had to do the work myself. I had to heal. I had to face trauma. I had to face old wounds and things of this nature. March of 2023 sounds so accurate because it is. That's when Saturn made its first entrance into Pisces. That's when it started. I know because I have Saturn in Aquarius, and that's when my Saturn return ended. You see, it's all connected. I've done the work. Right? I've enjoyed this little piece of Saturn not being in Aquarius. But the work did not finish. I had Pisces in the 10th house of my public image. And when March of 2023 started, that's when I really started to go heavy into building my reports, my website, the things of this nature. Yeah, that's when it all started. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's life. right? It's gonna keep moving. So I want you to get in rhythm because you either swimming with the current or you swimming against it, right? And I want you to swim with it. Life is much easier that way. So then when we get to this 12th house, you do have Aries in the 12th. 12th house represents secret spirituality, isolation, confinement, hidden enemies, trials, suffering, and pets. And with Aries being here, Aries represents taking the initiative, being a leader, doing the things that we're supposed to be doing. All right. And so with the part of fortune here and the South Node being here, there is a focus on us taking the initiative to do the things that we need to do for ourselves. You're highly intelligent. I need you to consistently show up for you. I do. I need you to show up for you. This South Node highlights that again, this is something that we may already be comfortable and familiar with, right? Again, doing the work, exploring who we are internally. Right. I would assume this is largely because again, we're going through our Saturn return. So you've been in hermit mode, you've been going within, you've been expanding your mind and your understanding and things of this nature, and this is where we ultimately find success. But again, there is still more work for us to do. This part of fortune is highlighting this Capricorn 12th part. The work that we have to do, the work that we have to take the initiative to do is where we find success. The ruler of Aries is Mars. Mars is in Aquarius. Again, we're dealing with other people. Consistently showing up, maybe communicating, sharing our wisdom with others is ultimately the work, and it's, shows up in that manner. Again, North Node in Libra, we have to take the initiative to have the conversation. So when will you begin? What better time than now? We're still in this new moon in Libra energy. New moon in Libra is making a conjunction, right? A very loose conjunction, but nonetheless a conjunction with this North Node. So this is it's time. It's time. We can put it off, but do not. Don't do it. Go ahead and take the initiative and do the things that you're supposed to do. But that's what I got for you, Miss Spiritual. I appreciate you. I appreciate you greatly. Do you ever regret starting later rather than sooner, or do you accept it? Yeah, I accept it. I accept it personally. Right, I can't speak for everybody else, but personally, I accept it. Um, because based off of how things operate for me, and I can only, and this is why I always tell people like anytime you get a reading with me, it's always in divine timing. Um, for me, and how things show up for me, it always in divine timing. It is so. I'm right on time. Do I wish it would have been earlier? Fuck yeah. Who wouldn't? Right? Do I wish I would have came into this information when I was in my 20s? Hell yeah. Hell, when I was fresh out of high school, if I would have jumped on this early, I would have been way ahead of the curve. But I wouldn't have been ready then. I wouldn't have known what to do with, the responsibility and the success. I wasn't spiritually or even physically mature enough at that point to do the work that I'm doing. I'm impacting the lives of other people on such a level that it is a huge responsibility. It is. Thank you so much. You're absolutely welcome. Thank you for your continued support and dedication, spiritual. All right. Yeah, I am. But I wouldn't have been ready. I can honestly say that. So yeah, everything happens in divine timing, right? Um, I shared a video on my page once upon a time. Some of y'all might have been following me. Some of y'all may not have, and I, hid the video off of TikTok. But part of that video was me highlighting the fact that, you know, when I asked for a change in my life, I was drinking some Jack, good old whiskey. I was drinking some Jack, and I ended up saying a prayer in the backyard. I was outside and I just prayed. I'm just like, God, universe, I'm just ready for this new chapter in my life. I really am. I'm tired of being in this current situation, going through what I'm going through. I am tired. I'm tired. And I'm at my limit. Right. So I am ready for a change. I'm ready to start on a brand new journey. Right. Very honest. Right. Again,
That liquor is always gonna bring it about you. So I was being very sincere. And yeah, 6 days later, I was in jail. Not not the change that I thought I was gonna get, but what was absolutely necessary. You know? So there we go. There we go. That's how the journey of my spiritual journey started. And it's been hell ever since. Right? But you have to go through the hardships in order to get the reward. That's Saturn, that's Saturnian energy. That is my life. Right? Again, I don't consider me having the roughest life of anybody in the world. No, my life was pretty good, to be honest with you, right? From my personal perspective. But again, I'm a ninth house stellium, so I look at everything as great. I try to be optimistic about everything. But my life has had its very, very rough patches, right? Just like anybody else. I think for me though, it was just really important to understand that I asked for a change, and that was what was needed in order for me to change. No, I'm not in my 20s. I'm not. I'm not. I may still look 20, but I'm not. I'm not. I'm in my 30s, early 30s. Yeah, that's that Gemini energy. Again, Mercury, and that's the thing too with astrology. If you ever notice, you may not. But Gemini and Virgo risings, by because they're ruled by Mercury. Mercury is a youthful planet. And you tend to be very youthful looking with Virgo or Mercury on your ascendant more specifically. But it does show up sometimes for Virgo suns and Gemini suns. Yeah. So the youthful look, you're right. I am thankful I got blessed with that. I ain't get blessed with height. I ain't super tall. I'm like 5'6", so I'm like average height. But fuck, 'cause at least I look youthful. So I'm not hit with a double whammy. Imagine me being like super wrinkly in the face, super old looking. It's like fucked. Just double damned. So yeah, I'm appreciative. Yeah, I'm appreciative. So wow, that's deep. Yeah, yeah. And you're absolutely correct, woke one. Right, awakenings are rarely gentle. They are. But that was what I was needed to put me on the path that I'm on now. Right, all of that was important. Mm-hmm. Your chart can affect looks. Yeah, it's a lot that you can learn from a birth chart. Right, your health can be viewed from the lens of a chart. You got to remember again, this is the aspect of astrology a lot of people don't understand, and why I always tell people like it's deeper than what you anything you can imagine. If you understand what it is that you're looking for, you can find it in the natal chart. Certain aspects of what people be into on a sexual level, I can see that from your birth chart. I don't ever highlight it because it's not really important to what we're trying to talk about, but yeah, a lot of that stuff can show up. Physical health, things of this nature. Yeah. Hmm. I appreciate it. I'm young in spirit. Well, I'm an old soul, but I try to keep a youthful. I try to keep a youthful energy, right? Very mature, but yeah, no. Mm-hmm. Yep. Does show up. So let me pull up Loud Cloud's information. I definitely appreciate y'all again being here. I'm enjoying the YouTube live. Hopefully y'all are enjoying it too. And again, the more we do it, the more consistent we get, the more it'll be, what it's going to be. Because again, family, I want y'all to truly understand I'm really just starting this journey, right? I think I started the YouTube in 2022, right? I started TikTok in 2024. And now we're finna go into 2026, right? With 2 years of both under my belt, I think, 2026 is going to be a very impactful year moving forward. And I'm looking forward to it. I am. And I look forward to you all being here because again, time is flying, absolutely. I think for us is a big thing as it pertains to where we're going, right? So I hope I age well. I'm sure you will. You're a Pisces rising with a stellium in the first house. I'm assuming you're gonna age quite gracefully. Yeah, you'll age quite gracefully. But again, doing the things that we need to do, right? Physical health is important too. And that's kind of been the focus for me. I'm an Aries moon, so I have more of like an athletic build. I played sports growing up and things of this nature. Um, but it's been a focus. Yeah, you got to stay off the sauce. Yeah, the sauce will get you, and I've definitely had to get off the sauce because it had me kind of it had me aging a little too much. Yeah. um still, indulge from time to time, but it was nothing like it was before. I had a bad little habit. Yeah. People think I'm older because of the way I speak. Yeah, you can be very mature. Pisces has um they have what? Gemini in the fourth house, right? And your Gemini, your Mercury, I want to say is in Pisces too. All right. But yeah, you learned a lot from the people you were around, for sure. I definitely appreciate y'all. Hold on. I've learned a lot since watching your lives. I definitely appreciate it. And that's really the big thing, that I wanted to do is like I just wanted the lives to be um I wanted to be informational, but I also wanted to be enjoyable to watch cuz like again, y'all could be doing anything else with your time. And I want, for people to tap in with me. I want them to be able to enjoy, just watching the lives. Like even if you're not getting your chart read, I want it to be enjoyable enough for you to be like, yeah, hey, this is, I enjoy watching the content. Like, yeah. So that makes me feel really good, and I really do appreciate you saying that. I'm planning to party when I'm done raising these kids. Facts. Hey, enjoy it. Enjoy it. Got to take time for sure. That Cancer fifth house is interesting feature for Pisces risings. It is. It is. Mother in a father house. Yeah, it can be for sure. Or motherly type energy. Yeah. Thing is that with the sun naturally being in the fifth house, the fifth house though is it is what it is that we want to desire, right? This is where Venus finds its joy, all right? The fifth house. So it is important. It really is important to understand that as a Pisces rising, this is why they are so selfless, right? It's the sense of security, right? They want to provide a sense of support, a sense of security and protection, and a lot of the times it's for other people, right? This is why they have Libra in their eighth house as Pisces risings, right? Is because you have to understand that it's about balance, right? And so this is why a lot of people, I understand, Christians and the whole aspect, and I don't even want to really go down that rabbit hole at this point. But the whole aspect of Christianity is, you can tell who actually walk in it because, again, the golden rule of Pisces energy in Christianity is a Piscean religion. Is the aspect of treat others how you want to be treated. This is Libra in Pisces eighth house. That is where it comes from. That is the true value of Pisces is that you uphold the standard of treating other people the way you would want to be treated. And hopefully that they embody that same energy, reciprocity. We have to hold people to that standard. So a lot of times people will act one way to others, but they themselves would not want to be treated in the manner in which they treat others. And so that is the real aspect of people, if they're actually walking in that faith and belief, or if they're just talking it. Because a lot of people talk the shit. You can go to church all you want, and that doesn't redeem you in any sort of fashion. You're just giving your money away and wasting your time, to be honest with you. This May, I was ghosted out of a 14-year relationship by a Pisces rising that has several addictions and avoidant issues. And that's Pisces, to be honest with you. That's some of the negative qualities of Pisces. All right. Pisces deals with, again, a lot of the times they do deal with certain aspects of addictions. But they're very avoidant. They're avoidant too, right? Pisces, Aquarius deals with avoidance in terms of like ghosting people. That's kind of what we're known for. But Pisces themselves, they're escapists. They are, right? They understand what it is that they need to do, and then they will act like that shit does not exist. And Pisces can be quite manipulative too. They are very manipulative. So that shows up as well. So, yeah. Yeah. But again, because we don't really talk about Pisces that much, right? And they always feel like they get left out. And for a lot of astrologers, they do leave out Pisces, like they just don't exist, but they actually do and are really important. Um, yeah, it's interesting. It is interesting for sure. But yeah, they deal with that for damn sure. Then me as a Pisces moon, yeah. Having a moon in Pisces, when it comes to our emotions and the things that we need to deal with, we may not necessarily deal with them, right? Pequenos, which is why I told you what I told you. That when it comes to the things, you ultimately have to decide what you want. You can act like that's not important, but it really is. It really is. But it literally lead to me to accept my mentor's invitation to move to Texas and go into astrology tarot business with her. I left career 25 years to do it. Yeah, yeah. So I do, I am sorry that you had to go through that and experience that, right? And I'm sure it's gonna show up in this reading. I can already kind of see it taking shape. I do. Yeah, yeah. As a Pisces, I stopped believing in religion. I believe in karma and living in true vibration, and that's a good way to look at it. It is. Curious to know where your Chiron is. Mhm. Yeah, yeah. Is it true that? Mm-mm. Yeah. So had to do some soul searching to get out of that. Yeah, it could. It definitely happens for sure. 19 degrees Aries solar eclipse. Did so much. Yeah, and that was funny because it was the Aries. It was the Aries lunar eclipse of 2025 that happened at the end of March. That indicated to me that I needed to do the live readings. That's when it started. It was right off. It was the same day of that lunar eclipse. That following day, because it happened that night, and that following day I went live. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was a new moon. That's what it was. Yeah, new moon. I thought it was a lunar eclipse, but I think the nose had already changed. Yeah, I'm not sure. I want to say it was a new moon, a new moon lunar eclipse. I want to say is what it was. I'm not for certain though. Yeah. because I have a moon in Aries, so it was very intuitive. I be trying everything to avoid decision making. I act oblivious for sure, working on it. Yeah, yeah, Bequinos. I'm glad you realize that. Glad you realize that, my friend. Because yeah, you need to work on that for sure. Chiron second house retrograde. Your self of value is unique. Can be. Can be. The thing with Chiron though is the traumatic experiences, right? This Chiron is showing up and making an opposition to that Uranus in the eighth house, but it's also making a square to the south node while also squaring the north node. And with Venus being the ruler of Taurus and the Venus being in um Cancer, right? Making a sextile to the Venus. Yeah. It's a sense of value, right? It's a sense of value. And with Venus being in conjunction with the IC, it can already. Yeah, let's get into this one because this is gonna be quite interesting, but it is gonna be more so straightforward. So, Miss Woke Ones, you let me know when you're ready. Yeah, yes, it's really the sense of value for sure. Well, I ended up moving to the center of that X Del Rio, Texas. Yeah, yeah. You just let me know when you're ready, Woke Ones. Heather, yes, Miss Heather. You ready? Because we're going through a transformative time right now as well. We are, and it's important that we come to this understanding. Yeah. So we have Aries in the first house. Your journey, as well as it pertains to your impressions, your first impressions that you leave on people, your personality, is this Aries energy, right? We can be very assertive in our approach to life. Not only are we assertive, but we are very direct. We can be at times a little impulsive. We can be a little bit, aggressive and conflict driven at times. But it deals with competition, right? Aries is the leader, so it's absolutely letting us know that this is what it is that we need to do. We need to do these things, right? And we're not waiting on nobody to give us the blueprint. We're not waiting on people to give us the okay. We have to do what it is that we need to do, and that does show up. I know Kanye shrugged, just like, hey, kind of, it is what it is. It's okay. It's okay. It's not a bad thing. And the reason why I say that is because the ruler of Aries is Mars, and your Mars is in Libra, right? In your seventh house of relationships. Your Mars is in Leo, right? In this 12th part of Leo at 26 degrees and 42 minutes. And so, as it pertains to your first house, you are very much a peacekeeper, right? But it's about you taking, the initiative. Aries is about you taking the initiative to express yourself because that is not something that you always do. You tend to go back and forth with yourself to express yourself to other people, right? This is why your ascendant shows up at 19 degrees and 21 minutes in the Scorpio 12th part. Because again, a lot of the things that you feel like you probably should and need to say, you don't necessarily know how these other people are going to react to it, so you don't say anything, right? You need to make sure that we are understanding that we do need to say what needs to be said. Sometimes those things do hurt. But it's not always about what you say, it's about how you say it. That's going to show up too in this chart, right? So this is going to be something that we need to actually, really consider. Really consider. It's not what you say, it's how you say it. So let's not, overthink it. And sometimes we can. I seem to have a hard time sometimes having good relationships with other Pisces. Why you think that is? Depending on your experience, right? It's your experience. It's the things that you've been through, the things that you connect to. Some Pisces have done the work, some Pisces haven't, right? I don't agree with all Aquariuses, not at all. Some Aquariuses try too much to highlight the aspects of Aquarius, whether they are conscious of it or not. Because some people I've seen other Aquarius astrologers who seem to do too much. I don't necessarily resonate with these individuals either, but it is what it is. You're not gonna get along with everybody, right? Harmony is more so based off of a sense of resonancy, right? It's a frequency, it's a vibration, and it's really where you're at versus kind of where they're at on the journey. That's how I will kind of look at that. So I wouldn't think anything of it if you have a hard time with other Pisces. It's natural. Right? It's natural. Mirroring shadow, possibly, possibly. The only difference is, though, for Miss Loud Clouds is that she is a Pisces rising and sun. So it wouldn't, her true shadow is Virgo esque energy. So she would probably think that would be the aspect that she would kind of beef with the most. But if she's not seeing aspects of the Pisces energy, yeah, if she's not seeing aspects of the Pisces energy too much, it's probably because again, or her ability not to connect with them is because maybe she's done the work, maybe she's come to an understanding of certain things and other Pisces haven't. Yeah, yeah. So that could be a thing. I would look at her seventh house, maybe a very critical of Pisces. Possibly. Possibly. We could definitely check that out if need be. Um, but for you, Miss Woke Ones, because again, we have Aries in this first house, and your ascendant is highlighting this 19 degrees and 21 minutes, Scorpio 12th part. A large part, a large part, I didn't say loud, a large part of your journey is us really taking the initiative to express ourselves to others, right? To say the things that need to be said and not to go back and forth with ourselves to determine if we're valid in our approach or not. Because the thing is, this is what you want to do. At the end of the day, you really just want to support and to be there for other people. And that shows up. But if we're going back and forth about, whether we should say or not to say because we're fearful of hurting other people's feelings with the things that we're saying, um, that's not going to be of service to anybody, right? Especially in this line of work. Yeah. So the ascendant, opposite of the Pluto, or making this opposition to Pluto in your descendant, right? Pluto in Libra is a fear of losing. It's almost like a fear. I don't want to say of losing control, but it can kind of come off that way, right? If Libra represents balance, right, the opposite would be what? Chaos, right? Or it would be imbalance, right? And there could be a fear of being imbalanced in our approach, right? Not being able to be somebody that's reliable, not being able to reciprocate with other people's or how other people are showing up for you not being able to reciprocate that. Trying to maintain a stable relationship or set a stable foundation because that's all balance is, right? Is stabilization between two different forces. Your ascendant making an opposition to your Pluto is fearful of that. Your Pluto is in a conjunction with Lilith and your descendant. So this is you being fearful of you being able to actually show up in the manner that this other person that you really care about and love, not being able to show up in the manner that they need you to show up as, right? That's the fear. And so what we do is we do what? We overextend ourselves. We go above and beyond. We go above and beyond, trying to show up and be the perfect person for that individual person. But, you know, all you can do is all you can be is literally you. That's it, right? You just have to be you and hope that you being you is enough for this individual person. If it's not, then it's like it's okay. But that's the fear. That's the fear. Because the Pluto, the Lilith, and the descendant is all at 19 degrees. It's 19 degrees, right? So it's highlighting this Taurus 12 part. Stability, consistency. We want to consistently show up for this other person. The ruler of Libra is Venus. Your Venus is in Cancer. At the end of the day, you look at your relationships much like it's work because it's a responsibility. And you feel like being in a relationship is a responsibility that you take very seriously. So you're going to show up. You're going to, be loving and supportive and nurturing, and you're going to try to take care of them and provide all of their wants and desires. Hell yeah, right? That's not a knock on you because, again, it's not being reciprocated or whatever the case may be. But at the same time, we can take things to the extreme. We can. And so this was a very informative aspect or a very transformative energy, right? Because what ultimately happened by us trying to show up so damn hard for this other person, right, is that this Lilith, this Pluto, this descendant, we didn't set the foundation and the expectation for them to do the same for you. So guess what? They did whatever the fuck they wanted to do, essentially. Excuse my French, right? And so suddenly, an unexpected event happened, all right? And again, I am, sorry that that is the case. But that's what it shows up because it is this Mars in Libra, right? And us not expressing ourselves or going back and forth about expressing ourselves, that kind of played into this unexpected event that took place. Again, the ruler of Libra is Venus. Venus is in Cancer. Where is the moon? The moon is in Aquarius. Other people. Where is the ruler of Aquarius? Saturn. Where is Saturn? Is in Virgo. Where is the ruler of Virgo? It's in is in Leo. Where's the ruler of Leo? It's in Virgo. So this Virgo stellium here, yeah, this is gonna be a very important house. All right, this is gonna be a very important house that we go over. But again, this first house ruler being in the seventh, there is a huge focus on our relationships, and I want you to just understand that, a big part of your journey is you taking the initiative to express yourself and what it is that you need. Because it's very much about you in the relationship, like you make it about them in the relationship. But if you don't ever express that to them, they're never going to think about it. You got to understand, or not just you, but I think for most of us, we just have to remember that most people are looking out for themselves most of the time in relationships. What can I get out of this person? Whether it's physical security, emotional security, financial security, whatever the case may be. Most people are looking at what it is that they can do, and they're not thinking about the other person and how they can show up in the manners in which they need to for the other person. All right. Balance. So we just need to make sure that we are expressing ourselves, right? And that's what shows up when it comes to this first house, right? Again, Mars is in detriment in Libra. So we do want to make sure that we work on this. And that's what this Venus is highlighting. Okay. In order for you to take care of you, we need to make sure that we put in some extra work when it comes to expressing ourselves to others. Second house, this is very much the theme, right? When it comes to the second house, the ruler, when it comes to the second house, again, we're dealing with, our possessions, our riches, our resources, money, right? Let me make this a little bit bigger. I do apologize. But yeah, we're dealing with the money aspect. So when it comes to the second house, naturally, with Taurus being here, it's a sense of stability, right? And so we have a Chiron here, and this is what I believe Ty was asking about. Now, when we're dealing with Taurus being here in the second house, right? Being patient, being stable, being persevering, being consistent. This is what we're looking for from a financial aspect, right? But with with Chiron being here, we can have trouble in this area. And this is because of the wound, right? This sense of worth, right? It could be self-worth too. You do equal houses. I do whole sign houses. So each house is 30 degrees, so it's 360. So yeah, I guess equal houses and whole sign is the same thing. So yes, ma'am, I do. I do. All right. Now, if I wanted to see it in Placidus, I could. I don't do Placidus because I never mastered Placidus system, right? So if I was to say Chiron, this Chiron would probably be in your first house, right? Based off of your ascendant being here. Yes, this program does all types of wonderful things, right? Even if I wanted to deal with the, um, oh, I can't show it here, but if I wanted to show up the sidereal aspect, I could as well. Yeah. So that's why. Yeah, and in Placidus, it would show up in your first house, but I do hold signs, and so naturally it just goes based off the sign, right? Which is important, and why I do it because again, even when you're dealing with the dodecatemoria, it shows up in that way, right? This is how we can understand the energy and why each planet, correlates exactly as it correlates and how it shows up the way that it shows up. This is what gives us the extra context. Um, yeah, I'm game regardless. Okay, cool, cool, cool. But yeah, that's how it shows up. It shows up in the second house. But again, when we're dealing with the second house, we're dealing with aspects of, self worth a lot of the times, right? But, it can externally look like money and livelihood and resources and spending habits. But this can very much show up as self worth. And I would assume that this is the wound that we are speaking of, right? This is the sudden change of a relationship that came to an end. Mars in a conjunction with Pluto, ruling over your Scorpio eighth house and this Uranus that is making an opposition to this Chiron. It shows up in your birth chart. So again, I do apologize and I hate that, it is that. But it is this sudden change that's going to help you find success. Lost my mom at 14 years old as well. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. So sorry to hear that. And that's a part of it too. It is. Has like a double whammy for sure. Because it is this Venus here in Cancer, fourth house, ruled by the moon, right? The moon in Aquarius, highlighting this Pisces 12th part, this transition, right? Um, it is showing up because this Venus is making a square to this Pluto descendant and Lilith, right? And I would assume that that is a big part of why we show up the way that we show up in our relationship. Just showing you that Chiron opposite Uranus as well. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Because just off rip, I would assume it would have been the relationship, but I definitely see because this Uranus is making a trine to this Venus as well, so it's signifying both, right? Because I until you said that, I didn't even recognize this Uranus Venus trine, supportive influence, right? Yeah, it's the loss of a very important relationship. All right, first one was mom. Right, I'll look at the moon is at 3 degrees, highlighting the Pisces to a part. The first one was mom. Second one was the yeah, yeah. So again, with this Chiron being here at 18 degrees and 16 minutes, it is highlighting the Sagittarius 12 part. And so, this sense of value, this sense of worth, self worth, possibly, I would assume, again, with it being ruled by Venus and Venus being in Cancer and the need to be, supported, right? And maybe not feeling that as much because it is showing up in this Capricorn 12 part. It could also come to an aspect that, again, this is something that we had to really explore, something that we really had to, think about, ponder on, kind of go through life experience to really gain an understanding of. But again, with Chiron being here, this, because of this wound, again, Chiron making a sextile to this Venus, it just shows up in an aspect to where it could be this can cause us to be reluctant to do anything outside of what we're already comfortable with, to do anything different than what we're comfortable with. This is why is this Chiron being here. So hopefully, as I'm quite sure you've done the work already, so I don't even really have to hope. But it does show up in this manner, right? So we do want to make sure that this is addressed, right? If we haven't, all right. Because again, the ruler of Taurus is Venus, and Venus being in Cancer, at this 15 degrees and 19 minutes, highlighting this Capricorn 12 part. Again, is really is what it is that we want to desire, but again, is work. And maybe when it comes to this sense of support, being nurtured, being cared for, being protected, right? We really didn't feel like that once that wound happened, right? So, again, I'm sorry to hear that. But again, addressing and healing and doing the wounds and understanding that, there is value in doing things differently can be very, very beneficial. All right. This Chiron is making a trine to your Jupiter. All right. And your Jupiter is making a trine not only to this Chiron, but is also making a trine to your MC. So, yeah. Third house, we do have Gemini in the third. Third house represents our siblings, short journeys, dreams, religious worship, divination. All right. It's the people, places, and things within our immediate environment, as well as lessons that we are here to learn. And so when we have Gemini in the third house, it is highlighting that, we need to learn how to communicate. Very straightforward. We have to communicate, especially in this line of work. But again, I don't have to tell you this, right? You probably already mastered this at this point. But again, it's just learning that communication is really important, being adaptable, being, adjusting, being understanding and learning. Like those are really important qualities to have. Now the ruler of Leo, the ruler of Gemini is Mercury, and Mercury is in Leo, which is what I was going to highlight because it is this Mercury in Leo highlighting this Cancer 12 part that is showing up. Now, the thing is with Leo is that Leo is very stubborn. The fact that it's highlighting this Cancer 12 part, Cancer deals with passivity. It deals with a sense of, again, nurture and support, yeah. But I have two very close friends, long lifetime friends who have their son in this exact dodecanate or dodecatemoria or 12th part, I should say, of Cancer. And the one thing I will tell you about this particular energy for sure is that not only can it show up quite stubborn, but it can be very isolated, right? And so when it comes to this Mercury, like yeah, we can express ourselves, but we're not doing it too much. We're very much so we will not say anything before we do say something, right? And so, with Mercury being here, is the need to want to express ourselves, to want to say something. But again, Cancer has a tendency to be quite passive. And this is why we don't. This is why we don't. And then when I say, okay, well, the rule of Leo is the sun, and the sun is in Virgo, that confirms what it is that this Mercury is saying. And the fact that your sun in Virgo is in a conjunction with Mercury. I'm a hermit as fuck. Yeah. Right? Which is why the North Node is here too. Because we do need to express ourselves. And that's what we're here to learn. We're here to learn how to express ourselves, how to say the things that we need to say, while also keeping the, emotional understanding in tow. Right? Because it's not that you can't speak to the emotions of others, you very much can. But we need to understand that the things that we say is not necessarily what we say, but how we say it. How we say it. It is the delivery, and that is the aspect of Leo coming off the heels of Cancer. Right? Cancer is our emotions, right? The aspect of, and I always try to give this highlight. Well, I give this, little tidbit because again, when you really get into, the astrology and like again, the signs react. The signs are the signs because of where they fall. And so understanding this Gemini 12 part, hence why it's taken me 4 years to start a YouTube channel. Not comfortable being seen and definitely not down to look stupid. Facts. Yeah, we're very critical of ourselves and others. But very critical of ourselves for sure, right? Um, but the thing is with Gemini being here in this third house, right? Gemini is the message. It is the messenger, right? Is what it is that we're here to learn. And then once we come to understand something, right? Once we start to learn, then we get to initially process it from an emotional lens from Cancer, which is why by the time we get to Leo, we are expressing said emotion. right? Whether it's with our words or with our actions. And with Mercury being here is definitely with our words. But, again, we are not really saying anything, right? Or at least we're being more conservative about it. And so we want to make sure that when it comes to this, Gemini third house, that we actually learn again to not only express ourselves, but then to also, just be more supportive, right? Be more emotionally aware of how we are expressing ourselves and the message. I blame my Aries rising Leo Mercury for all the F bombs. Oh, that's okay. Again, it's not to say that you gotta, be like, hey guys, it's okay. Like, no, you don't have to do that. Be honest. Be honest. Hell, you see how I operate. I'm gonna tell you exactly how it comes out. I'm a cuss and shit too. So it's just like, hey, but I want you to understand that this is authentic, for sure, for sure, right? Because that's what the thing is like people want the cookie cutter shit. And that's cool. That's fine, right? If we're trying to go mainstream and we, you know what I mean, that's cool for that. But our jobs as astrologers is to be honest with people, and the only way you can be honest is by you being authentically yourself. So yes, understanding the delivery is important because yes, at times we do have to switch it up depending on who we're talking to. Absolutely, right? But it is very much the delivery that we're working on. And more so for you is just actually speaking up and expressing ourselves and our creativity, right? And that's going to come up again when we start talking about this fifth house. But when it comes to the fourth house, having Cancer here, Cancer is, again, in the fourth house. Fourth house is our home, parents, hometown, secrets and privacy. With Cancer being in the fourth house, Cancer is really highlighting this sense of being nurturing and supportive, right? And so, there is a need and a desire to feel supported within the home. And I would assume that we felt that um, to a certain degree, right? Could have been a lot of people around the home for sure, with your moon in Aquarius, right? So I'm back. Welcome back, Buenos. We could definitely felt that within the home, and then things kind of shifted, right? At 11 degrees, even this IC highlights the Scorpio 12 part. Working customer service all for T-Mobile all these years, definitely learned the art of communication. Hey, shout out to you. I've been with T-Mobile forever. My first phone I got, I think I was in 8th grade. Yeah, that's when I got my first cell phone. It's one of them small Nokias that light up on the side. Oh, I was so happy. Yeah, yeah. Wasn't calling nobody, but I had it. And then I started calling people. Yeah, but it had to be after 9. Yeah. Yeah, I've been with T-Mobile forever. I still have the same number. Imagine that, right? Some things change and some things don't. Yeah. So the thing is that this fourth house, we wanted to feel supported and nurtured, but again, there's some things that happened here for sure. My son was 6 months old when I started. He's now 25. Hey, shout out to the son, right? Yeah. So I'm sure you've seen a lot and dealt with a lot as it pertains to dealing with other people, right? And understanding the emotions of others was something that we very, very much learned to come to understand. Having earned my midlife crisis, yeah, you did. You did. I'm glad you were able to shift out of that because there is greater work for you to do. It is. It is. Right. And so with, this IC being here, right? Because the IC represents the most private or hidden aspect of the self. It is highlighting a transformative point in the chart. And I do highlight this for everybody, right? You've heard me talk about this a few times. And with you, it's showing up in this Cancer 12th part. I mean, in this Cancer 4th house, but it's highlighting this Scorpio 12th part. This was the transition. This was the change. This was the transformation of energy of a loved one, right? Venus in a conjunction with the IC. Venus being in the 12th part of Capricorn. So again, everything was good up until this transformative point, right? I would be interested to see, how that played out for you, date wise on the day that mother passed, if anything was in a conjunction with this IC being here. One aspect of it is that I'm trying to get, more skilled at is understanding because I do get asked, about, when I'm gonna go or anything like that or things like that. I'm just like, I can't tell you because I haven't mastered the right technique to figure it out on a consistent basis to see how that shows up because it's a lot of dynamics that go into play, right? Where this person was born, where, when did they transition, the time they were born, the time they left, were they in the same location, were they in a different location, things of this nature. I'm actually about to answer your question. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Timing techniques are tricky. They are. I just wanted to see. So let's see if we can see anything significant. Time and location. It's okay. I do need a time. I'll just put it at 12 because I don't know the time. Um, it's okay. I just need to see the energy of the day. I don't need the exact time. Does the exact time one was born really make a difference? It does. It does. And here it is. Here it is. It's okay. I just needed to see the energy of the day. And on the day that this happened, the sun was in a conjunction with your IC, direct conjunction with the IC. 4:30 would have been closer to this 00 mark, this 0 minute mark. Yep, that was it. And with the sun being there, the ruler of Cancer would have definitely been affected, and that would have been the moon. The moon was at that time in Virgo, in a conjunction with Mars and Chiron. Mm. While making a conjunction with your Jupiter and Saturn. Yeah, Moon, Mars on your Jupiter. In detriment in Virgo with Mercury being in Gemini. All right. With Gemini being a conjunction with the descendant. Or, yeah, with the descendant, because this is where the descendant was at. Transformative point. Yeah. Wow, this is crazy. Sorry for your loss. Yeah, it is. It is. And again, yeah, we are very sorry for your loss, for sure. Um, but yeah, Juno is 14 degrees Virgo. Found out that Juno is always in death chart. See, I don't really use Juno. I didn't know that. Certain asteroids are good. And people ask me all the time, like, do you use asteroids? I'm like, nah, I don't, not really. And I said, the only reason why I don't is because how they show up and how consistent they are, right? But I would definitely keep Juno in mind for that, especially with Juno at 14 degrees in a conjunction with your natal Jupiter. Yeah, yeah, that would be significant. Please know my openness is to help others. We definitely see that. And I appreciate your, openness and transparency to share that with us because I'm sure, it took some time to really deal with that. Right. But yeah, I wanted to kind of see if anything significant happened on that day. And that's what it was. Now, if you don't mind being open one more time, Cause I'm just interested because again the first thing I picked up on when it came to that Chiron was the relationship that you talked about. Do you know the day that conversation happened? You said he did suddenly leave. The sudden already gave me the Uranus, and so when I seen Uranus in the eighth house of other people, ruled by Mars and Libra, which is our relationships, yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Thank you for taking the time. Okay, no, you're very welcome. Very welcome. Yeah. 'Cause that's what that's I see highlights, again, Cancer, what it is that we care about, what it is that we want and desire, right? Which is that security, which is what is why. Yep, Scorpio full moon, day after Mother's Day of this year. Yep. When was that Scorpio full moon? Hmm. Okay. And I definitely appreciate you again for being open with us. Because again, when other people come, it's my ability to kind of see, how these things shape up. And I only time, sometimes the only way for me to see it is, to actually see it. So yeah, at any time I ask a question that's too invasive, definitely let me know. I definitely don't want to do that. But I am interested to see how this shows up. Oh shit, I meant to put 12. And you don't have to worry, family. I'll probably ended up deleting this live once we're done. But I did want to show my appreciation for y'all being here for sure. I swear by the asteroids. My pleasure. We all learn from each other. Absolutely. I'm telling you, the Mars Venus retrogrades definitely played a role with this particular event. Because I definitely would assume that, yeah, hell yeah, I would assume that would have been the case. Especially with Mars and a Venus rule sign, and if they were both retrograde at this time, fuck yeah, that would have definitely been the case. Just the building up to it. Okay. So again, nothing was in Cancer. So yeah, the moon was in 19 degrees. Yeah, in a conjunction with Uranus. That sudden event stemming from again the Mars. Yeah, Mars was in Leo. Right, making a conjunction. Not quite. It was on its way to make a conjunction, but that in and of itself, it was in a conjunction with the descendant again, right? So both times there was a planet making a conjunction with the descendant. The descendant is really, yeah. I tell people all the time the descendant is really important, but it's definitely showing up in that manner. South Node in Virgo, making a conjunction with Saturn. The ruler of Virgo is Mercury. Mercury is in Taurus. It happened in your first house. The ruler of your Seventh house of relationships is Venus. Venus at that time was in Aries. It was in detriment. Mars was in Leo. The ruler of Leo is the sun. The sun was in Taurus. The ruler of Taurus is Venus. Yeah, yeah. But it was this Uranus, Venus, Neptune, and Aries. Yeah. Again, Venus and Neptune was in a conjunction with one another at that point. They weren't anymore, but those two wreaked havoc on so many relationships this year. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Mm. Chiron in a conjunction with your ascendant at that time. Chiron's still in a conjunction. Yeah. Yeah. And with Mars being in Leo, descendant, not really expressing what we've been through. Lilith on Mars. So yeah, Lilith in a conjunction with Mars. Lilith being, just had entered into Scorpio a couple days after your Mars in the seventh house natally. Moon, again, is really the big thing, bringing back up, again, the sense of security and the lack thereof, a sudden loss of security. Yeah, yeah. Pluto sitting right on top of your moon retrograde. Yeah, yeah. People changing and transforming, the ending of that. Yeah. I think about my first time seeing you on my FYP. Some previous astrologer was making things up a couple days before seeing you. The huge difference in energy and effort is real. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I appreciate you giving me the chance, Bequenos. I appreciate you giving me the chance because, a lot of times people are, um, yeah, you're blunt, and this is why I love coming to learn. It's like watching a science professor. Well, I'm welcome to class. I'm glad that I can provide that sense of like, yeah, because it is, even as astrologers we don't know it all, and some people is it's just a very touchy subject, and I try my best, and part of what it was that I had to do, and with Mars and Mercury being in Scorpio and me doing um the self-reflection with the work, part of that was me taking time to go back and look at old, previous lives I had done right on TikTok, and part of that was me coming to the realization that I have to keep the message. I do. I do. And it's hard because for me with Mars and Aries, I do look at other people and the things that they do and the things that they're saying, and because I'm so passionate about helping people, which is why I do what I do. Um, it does upset me, to be honest with you, when I see the bullshit. Yeah, because if you wanted to know, you would, right? If you wanted to really help people, that would be the first thing, right? But because the going rate for an astrology reading is 150, right? Most people be like, "Oh, well, shit, I can do that. Let me just memorize this shit and be able to tell." And it's not that easy. It's not. It's not. It's a lot of moving pieces. And so people deal with surface level information, and that's what you get. And people have paid to go to these people's some of these individuals have built mega platforms, right? That take care of everything. But it's that shit is coming to an end. Best believe, best believe. And I say it all the time, but I'm being completely transparent. A lot of those big time creators, they definitely see what I do because some of them have told me. Some of them have wrote me or told me like, "Hey, I like watching your lives. I like coming through and watching your lives at night and things of this nature." I'm like, "Well, damn, I would have never known had you not said nothing." Because the thing with TikTok is, they'll show you the people that pop up in your life, right? So some of those big time astrologers, right, that's on TikTok, they've came through. whether they tried to do it or not, they've come through and watched me do astrology. Um, and a lot of them, a lot of them don't pop in just so I don't see who pops in. A lot more people watch my lives than I know. Because again, if you don't, tap into the live, it's not going to count you as a viewer. You can watch it from your FYP. And that's what a lot of people do. So, but, a lot of that shit is coming to an end, right? So, hopefully, I do challenge people to take a deeper step into really understanding this, and hopefully people really resonate with it. Again, this is just the beginning. My son is in a conjunction with the MC, so I'm going to step on some toes along the way. And so I'm just challenging people to be honest, to be transparent, to keep the message, and to do what you are here to do if you are actually an astrologer, which is to help other people get their lives in order, because that is a gift that is, God given, right? You believe in the universe, God, whatever, right? Yeah, it's a gift. It is. Right. Don't forget me when you make it. I won't. I won't. I won't forget none of you. And trust me, y'all gonna be with me. Y'all gonna be with me. Heck, I just found you a few nights ago. I follow synchronicities, hence why I'm here. Hey, hey, again, family, because it's community. I'm here to try to support y'all just like y'all support me. Right, I am. So I'm appreciative of the support. I really am. It means so much to me because again, this is so outside of the spectrum of what, I even had, set up for my own life. So, life does happen in that way. But yeah, yeah, no, y'all gonna be with me. When I make it, we all make it. Facts. And it's gonna be a beautiful journey, right? It ain't gonna come without some highs and some lows, but yeah. Yeah, I watched from the FYP at first too, then got drawn by the way you talk. I don't know what it was. I'm not a live watcher either. Yeah, most people aren't, and it's cool. I've come to understand it. A lot of, because even sometimes people, they'll come in and then be like, they'll pop up, and I try to, my memory is pretty good. It kind of comes and goes, to be honest. It's the Mary Jane. Uh, um, but I try to keep my mind active so that my it's good and it's on point, and I try to remember the people that come in and support. And so sometimes people pop in and be like, "Oh yeah, I've watched you a couple times." I'm like, "Are you sure?" I don't know. That name ain't looking too familiar. Some people, have, but I definitely appreciate it. Again, just give me the opportunity. And that's really why I like doing the live readings, because again, it gives you an opportunity to see me in live action. Before you ever spend a dollar, you can say, okay, is this somebody that I feel like I can trust reading my chart? You know? Because for a lot of people, they built their platform simply off of making, 30-second, 30-second, 2-minute videos or whatever the case may be. Thousands of people follow 'em, right? With the makeup on, or the shirt out with the chest hairs showing and shit. Come on. Let me stop. Anyways, yeah, that's part of the journey. I have to keep the message the message. Mine too, multiple concussions. You the Kendrick of astrology? Look, sometimes you gotta fuck around and show 'em. Hey, he online. Hey, so this is how it's gonna go. And I'm telling people like I'm here, You want to work with me, you want to, support, you want to jump on joint lives, we can do all of that, right? But if you want to beef, I have no problem with it either. If you want to go astrology for astrology, that's cool too. I don't have all the answers. I don't, right? There's still a lot for me to learn in astrology, and I know that. So I consistently try to continue to gain and, learn more. It is. Kendrick is actually a good example. I will honor that. I appreciate that. All right, I'm all about proving people wrong. Black sheep life. Hey, that's how I go. That's how I go. Again, I have a shirt. I ain't got it on. I probably should have wore it. I ain't got it. Um, but I have a shirt that was in my merch store. It's an Aquarius symbol, and it says "Once peace" at top, but it says "Okay with war" at the bottom. That's my man. Yeah, I would definitely um wear that title with honor, right? I will be the Kendrick of astrology. That's okay, right? But yeah, it's us really taking the time to just know that yeah, we it's bigger than me. It is, and I just want people to understand it's bigger than you. Is bigger than you. As the astrologer, is more than you being known and recognized. And for some people, that's all they're after is to be known and recognized. Like that's mm-mm, right. So I have a Buddha shirt I brought from Timu that says "Let that shit go." Facts. It's just like yeah. And I got the idea because again, Aquarius has Libra on their ninth house and Aries on their fifth. I mean, on their third house, right? The axis of knowledge. Aquariuses want peace, but they are definitely okay with war and conflict. Do not ever get it twisted. And that's my thing. It's like I am great with, being here and supporting and working with other people. I would love nothing more than to deal with that. I want peace. I want everybody to eat because it's enough seats at the table for everybody. But do not ever get it confused. Like I won't stand on business cuz I will every time. Every time. And with my moon in Aries being ruled by an exalted Mars in Capricorn, I'm going to win more times than I lose. Trust. So I have no problem dealing with competition at all. At all. So, no. I just I keep it peaceful. I try to. But, enough about me. All right? Enough about me. I do appreciate y'all's support though. You said Kendrick is a Gemini sun and you're a Gemini rising? Come on. Has Pisces and Cancer energy in this chart? Yeah, I don't have anything in Pisces. I don't have anything in Pisces. And I have a South Node in Cancer and a part of fortune in Cancer. Yeah. I have a part of fortune and a South Node in Cancer, right? But that Cancer second house for me is ruled by my moon in Aries. It is. So and that's probably what it is that probably drew y'all in. Again, even as a Gemini rising, my ascendant sits in the 12th part of Scorpio. So I tend to be very magnetic. I tend to attract people. I do. A lot of people like the voice. They say it's very soothing, and I'm glad. I'm glad because I don't be hearing that shit. I don't be hearing, especially when I listen to the playbacks. I cringe every time. Like, oh, this is what I sound like. But yeah, nah. So I do appreciate it. But yes, Miss Woke Ones, I don't want to take away from you. I don't want to take away from you. Because I do appreciate your time and your openness, right? To be transparent with us, so that we can steady, grow in our own understanding, my own personal understanding. That descendant is very much important. It is. It is. It's your candor. I appreciate you. Try to be. I'll try to be um humble in my approach because I have a Chiron in Leo, right? And again, I don't want to take away from you, but I just want, again, I always try to show my chart just so y'all can know. Again, I have no problem showcasing to y'all who I am. Right? But yeah, so, that Mercury and Leo I was telling you about, expressing ourselves. Yeah, I have a descendant in Chiron. I mean, I have a Chiron and descendant in Leo. Very much so. Yeah. My ability to communicate and express myself was not always as well as it is. This is something I actually really, really had to work at. My Chiron makes an opposition to my Saturn. Saturn is just pretty much probably one of the strongest planets I have. Yeah. Seriously appreciate you sharing. Absolutely. Absolutely. So that's why I told you, like, I understand it, right? I had to work on this a lot. And the big issue with the wound, right? It's a father wound for sure, right? Father, not my mom and dad divorced when I was like 6. My dad still plays like an active role, but he wasn't there. And as the eldest son, right? Because him and my mom had 2 kids together, which was my older sister, and me. And then my mom had another son, right, which is my younger brother. But of course, different dad. Um, different, different. Yeah, cap over the eighth. Yeah. So, father wound for sure. He wasn't there, so a lot of gives you the strength to work through it. Facts. So I had to do a lot of work. I had to experience a lot of crazy shit to get to where I was at, or get to where I'm at now. Um, and it wasn't always easy. It wasn't. Um, but the ability to communicate, right, to speak life is really important because that's the Saturn, right? I speak life into others, and with the hopes that I would have, you know, him to speak life into me. All right. My father is an Aries. That's where I get my fucking Aries moon from. He was a Marine of 22 years. Yeah. Can your chart show absence of parents? It can, depending on placements. Typically, if I see, a moon or a Saturn in the 8th house or maybe a 12th house, those two more specifically can definitely denote an absence of a parent. Sometimes it's the sign Scorpio, Pisces. Yeah. And this is why the astrology is like really important, because you got to understand that it's context that we're looking for, and it's hard to get the context if you're not putting everything into perspective. So a lot of times people will do these mini readings and shit, and they're only doing like a couple of houses out of the damn chart. I'm just like, how are you giving people a reading or even charging people for a reading, and you're not taking everything into account, right? That's kind of hard to do. Um, but yeah, this Chiron in Leo was important. My IC in Leo, transformative energy at 24 degrees and 53 minutes, is highlighting this Taurus 12th part. So again, this need to be seen. A transformative point for me is consistently showing up and being seen publicly by other people. And that was the hardest part, because I really do not care to be seen publicly. I don't. That's the Gemini ascendant in this Scorpio 12 part. I'm definitely okay with hiding, right? All this conservative type energy, the actions that I take, again, all of that. 22 years is tough. My papa wasn't around, but when he went to the army in his life, yeah, yeah, 22 years Marine. So he's seen some shit. He's done some shit. He's told me some stories. Yeah, he's told me some stories. He hasn't told me all of them, right? And I know he battles with that. I see it now. Yeah, he struggles with some of the shit that he's done. Military backgrounds makes me think we inherit discipline. I believe so. I do. Because my running theme when it comes to parents, right, is that you inherit a lot of qualities from both parents, right, and it shows up astrologically as that. The moon in Aries is definitely from my father, and I do have his temper. I do have his mentality on a physical and emotional level. He was probably in, probably his best physical shape when I was born, right? So genetically, I picked that up. Um, yeah. Authenticity took a bit different versus structure. Yeah. Yeah. It did. It did. It did. I can be on. Well, I'll say this. Because the Saturn in Aquarius, I've always been authentic, but I didn't always trust myself. I didn't always trust myself in what it is that I thought, what it is I believed in. I didn't care enough about me. I cared enough about what other people was thinking, what they thought I should do, what how I should, you know what I mean, their thoughts and opinions. I would listen to other people versus listening to myself. And that was the greatest strength that I was able to gain. Right? It wasn't that, I wasn't necessarily being authentic as much as it was that, I played the role. I'm a Gemini rising. I just adapted to whoever I needed to be for whoever I was around or was with. So yeah, it can play out as a lack of authenticity. I guess from that perspective, for sure. Um, but for me, it was just like, hey, this is what I need to do to get through what I'm dealing with now. But yeah, I always tried to be authentic and to be honest and transparent, but I really didn't trust myself as much, and that was when I really gained the power. I had to heal the wound, for sure. I had to heal the wound. Again, Saturn making opposition to my Chiron in Leo. Then having my, again, descendant at 24 degrees and 53 minutes, me just showing up as me authentically. Because again, at the end of the day, when I tell you I just want to be of service to other people, that's literally my sun in Aquarius in the 12th part of Virgo in a conjunction with my descendant. I'm at my MC. I just have to be me, right? I just have to be authentic, right? People are gonna recognize me. Some people are gonna love me. Some people are gonna hate me. I'm okay with both, to be honest with you. It's part of the journey, right? It's set up that way. Says I'm struggling hard with that right now. It's seeing me looking for confirmation from AI2. How did you get rid of that? Um, I think it was the trusting of self. For me, it was the aspect. It was a pattern, right? Because I'm very, as you can, as I'm sure y'all, you know by now, pattern recognition is important. It's always been a skill set that I possess. I'm very intelligent, very intelligent. I downplay my intelligence. I do, and I did for a long time. To be completely honest with you, I would put me up there with the geniuses of the world. All right. Not all the time do I get a chance to, display that. Right. The astrology gives me a very, a very good way to express that understanding. But, I'm very smart. I am. Right. But I would downplay my intelligence thinking that other people knew more than me. That's the Lilith. That's this Lilith right here. So what I ended up suppressing was my own intelligence, my own knowledge, my own understanding through the things that I've done and dealt with in time. Again, Saturn in this 12th part of Gemini. I suppressed that. So I didn't really express my intelligence, like that. I didn't. So, yeah. And my North Node at 7 degrees and 48 minutes is highlighting this Aries to a part. Me taking the initiative to, put in the work to build these strong relationships with others through my communication. So I just had to learn because the way to answer the question, quite honest, what ended up happening was, I would find myself listening to the opinions of other people only to find out that I was right in the end. And it happened enough times to where I just got sick of it and just like, yeah, nah, I need to do what I need to do. Yeah, I need to do what I need to do. Is that moon in the four? Yeah. So yeah, it's all in your chart. Yeah. 100% reads that way. Lilith Mars also kindled that, giving strength to finally say F it. Facts. And that's what it was. It was the fuck it, man. Like, hell, if I'm going to fail, at least fail your way, right? If you're not right, just don't be right. But the thing is, rarely am I wrong, right? And I don't say that to be facetious. It's not, but it is the truth. Rarely am I wrong. That is the divination part. That's why I believe I'm very gifted at being able to do astrology, because it is this sense of divination. It's the Saturn Mercury conjunction, right? You can add in the sun too to give it that extra, razzle dazzle, but it's all three of these planets, this stellium making a trine to my ascendant. Because I'm open to learning, I'm open minded, and I'm open to learn and understand what has taken place. But damn, at the same time, it's just like, yo, you got to trust you, right? You don't even trust yourself. So how are you going to get other people to really trust you type shit? And so after I was seeing how many times I was right and other people was wrong, I just had to trust myself, and everything has been cool since. So man, I rarely do I miss, right? Rarely do I miss. And so it's just like taking that, you gotta build the trust and belief in self. And that's what the moon in Pisces is saying to you, Pequenos. You have to believe in you, whether anybody else believes in you or not. Yeah. I see. It's hard as hell to trust myself, but I'm trying to get out of that box. These solo trips should help. I'm also going to take a break from social media. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. But dealing with self is really important. So fascinating. Oh, you're very welcome. You're very welcome. All right. Gemini rising ruled by Mercury, the magician. Facts. All right. I would assume you're in tune with both masculine and feminine energies. Yeah. She said I could be the man if I have to. Hey, hey, look, we do what needs to be done to get the job done. Facts. Work will be done for sure. It's time. It is. It is. It is. And I definitely appreciate y'all greatly. I do. So yeah. So I took away too much time for Miss Woke One, so I do want to finish her reading because she did, graciously allowed us to look at her chart, and I do want to show my appreciation. So again, the big thing is just with this Venus, and this IC being here, this is a very much transformative point. We talked about that duality, absolutely. Yeah, we do get sidetracked. Hey, it's okay. I'm again the Gemini. I just go with the conversation, right? This is why the lives, on TikTok, why they be so long, and I only done like two or three readings, be on there 6 hours, and it's just like, yeah, we just get caught up in side conversations. But it's good. It's good because again, this is where you get a lot of the information. But again, the ruler of Leo, yes, Miss Heather, I do apologize, Miss Heather. Sidetracks get deep too. They do. They do. They really do. So when it comes to this Leo, again, the rule of Leo is the moon. The moon is in Aquarius. And so this moon in Aquarius is again highlighting emotional intelligence is important, but again, being empathetic. And this is what we are looking for from others, right? This sense of security that we may try to look for in our relationships, Miss Heather. We just want to make sure that when it comes to the people that we're dealing with, not only do they need to be emotionally intelligent, they need to be compassionate as well. Okay. And that's what shows up when it comes to this fourth house. That is the sense of security that you are looking for, right? Again, the ruler of Aquarius is Saturn, and your Saturn being in Virgo, we are searching for this, literally. That's community. Yes, ma'am, it is, right? And so, your ability to be transparent, your ability to be empathetic, your ability to be authentically you, right? That's what's going to bring in the people that you're looking for, your community, right? That you've been searching for, that's going to support and, take care of you, right? Even if it's just on an emotional level, it can be on a very financial level as well, which is how it's going to show up. But your ability to be you is what's going to give you that security that you've been searching for. So I'm definitely happy to see you on this journey, and I'm glad I can be a part of it. Absolutely. So when it comes to this fifth house, you do have Leo in the fifth. Fifth house represents, children, gambling, hobbies, fortune, honor, generosity. It is the things that bring us joy and pleasure. And with Leo being on the fifth, the ruler of Leo is the sun, and the sun is in Virgo. Okay. Now, with the sun being in Virgo ruling over this Leo fifth house, we can feel very reserved. We can be very critical at times of the things that we need to do on a day to day basis, to where we may not necessarily tap into the things that bring us joy and pleasure. And that's what the North Node is trying to get you to understand. You are here to have fun, right? Finding community is important, but we're already kind of familiar with community and connecting with other people. We've dealt with people for 25 years. You really do need to start to loosen up and have some more fun. You do. Life has been very intense for you, right? With these unexpected changes and transformations. We got to have fun, right? And this is something you have to, really take time to do, because again, this North Node is highlighting this Pisces 12 part. And Pisces represents compassion and empathy, right? But it does represent creativity as well. Leo itself is the sign of pleasure. So, creative pleasures that we may have, let's start leaning into those a little bit more. You might have a very creative gift, right? Hit the cruise, girl. I'm Jante, right? Cruise, when you want to go to a theme park, whatever makes you happy. Let's lean into that a little bit more, because again, we can be so focused on improving and doing this better and doing this different, and that's draining. It's draining. So yeah, we can be reluctant. I'm an artist as well. That sticks with this North Node highlighting this Pisces 12th part in Leo, because both Pisces and Leo, as well as this, Mars and Pluto in Libra. Libra represents creativity as well, and that's one thing I always highlight to people. Right, these are your creative signs: Leo, Pisces, Libra. I always wonder what would be the other creative sign. I would assume is Taurus, if I had to guess. If I had to guess, I would assume that's the fourth creative sign. It is ruled by Venus, you know. But Taurus really does deal with um aesthetics, right? Luxury. So I think they would be creative in that regard. But yeah, Leo, Libra, Pisces. You're very creative signs, for sure. You say Leo's up there too? Yeah, it is. Leo represents creativity. I would just say, these are the three signs for sure that I know show up in creativity. Is Libra, is Leo, is Pisces. Now, Leo's creativity is through their self-expression. Libra is comes from appearances. So a lot of you're like cos um a lot of people that deals with cosmetics. I was finna fuck up the word, so I'll just say cosmetics. People that deal with cosmetics, they deal a lot. A lot of them have Libra placements, whether it's hairstylists, makeup artists, things of this nature. I've done readings for multiple of both. They have a lot of strong Libra placements. Pisces deals a lot with, like musical gifts, arts, your actors, your musicians. A lot of them have Pisces energy. Leo is more like your actors, right? Your actresses, being seen, right? Being on stage. That's really the Leo esque energy. But that's the three. But I always figured it was the fourth. I just didn't know which one it was. And I would assume it would be Taurus, just because, again, Venus is the ruler, and Venus deals with all, arts, right? Music, art, gifts, things of this nature, right? More of your creative talents are Venus esque. So I would assume that would be Taurus. All right. But yeah, with the North Node being here again, Mercury being here as well, Mercury being the planet of critical thinking, common service, and speech. As an artist, we do need to express this more. All right, and with Mercury being here, we can be reluctant to do so at times, but you are really here to express yourself, have that confidence in self, because I would assume that's part of the reason why we don't, because maybe we don't feel as though we're as good of um a artist as some others. I've seen 150 bands live, so many amazing shows. Oh, wow. Yeah, that is a lot. Fifth house is gambling, and you got Cancer in there. So it has to be intuitive approach to gambling. Yeah, it is. You got to know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to run. Yeah, you online. Better use that intuition. 'Cause shit, you don't run when it's time to run. All that shit gone. All of it. Yeah. I'm grateful for that fifth house with all the trauma. Yeah. And this is the thing. I lost my prize picks money, put myself in timeout. Yeah, facts. You got to know when to run. You got to know when to say, hey, enough is enough. I'm good. I am good. And so, again, with the rule of Leo, it happened to me many times. Facts. So again, with the rule of Leo being the sun and the sun being in Virgo, right? And the sun in Virgo being ruled by this Mercury and Leo and the fact that they're in a conjunction, it's just a real indicator that we got to have more confidence in ourselves, truly. Have more confidence in yourself and your ability. Don't be so quick to think that what you're doing isn't good enough or you're not where you need to be or you're not. Yeah, because we can be hypercritical of ourselves, and that's the Jupiter here in in Virgo. Definitely highlighting this Pisces 12 part. So we're very critical of our creative expression, which is why we don't express it, and we need to. We need to. Saturn is here. All right. We can sometimes be critical of family members and other people, right? The sense of support and security. We may criticize them for not showing up or doing the things that they need to do in certain regards, right? Other people not supporting you in certain manners. But again, with Mercury being here in Leo, all we have to do is express ourselves. It is express ourselves. And so when we get to the sixth house, ruh mm-hmm. Have we been doing that a little bit lately? Have we been doing this, Miss Rachel? I mean, Miss Heather. I do apologize, Miss Heather. I don't even know why that name popped up. You know somebody named Rachel that we've been dealing with like that? Hmm. I might be psychic too. Shit. That my psychic abilities let me down. I need to get into it. I can't do it in the state that I'm in. Yeah. But yeah, when it comes to this sixth house, when it comes to the sixth house, we do have the sun here, right? And with the sun being here in Virgo, again, we could be do not okay, cool. But with the sun being here in Virgo, again, highlighting this tendency to be critical because at the end of the day you just want things to be in order, you want things to be organized, you want things to be systematic, put everything has their proper place, we want things to be in their proper place. But again, sometimes we can come off pessimistic, so the north node or the south node that is currently sitting in your sixth house has kind of been doing a number on a day-to-day experience, right? And I can understand that kind of being the case again with the sudden changes and shifts and transformations, and the fact that Mars is currently in Scorpio after not being here since 2023. You're going through a more transformative time and state at this time as well, especially with Mars and Mercury being, directly conjunct with your Uranus at this time. Yeah, it's been a lot. And so, it's just an understanding that it's okay for us to let go. It's okay for us to not have things in control. And it's okay for us to focus more on what's going on internally, really connecting with ourselves and our intuition and our creative passions and pleasures. Like taking care of us is really what is on the docket. So I do need you to focus more on having more fun. For sure. For sure. All right. So you have Jupiter here again at 16 degrees and 23 minutes, highlighting this Virgo 12 part. This Jupiter, which is highlighting a sense of abundance and prosperity. Again, freedom, justice, luck, faith, and belief. Again, we need to have more faith and belief in our creative abilities, right? It is highlighting this, even it's in a sister sign, so it's always highlighting um, balance as it pertains to the 12th part, right? Don't claim that sixth house sun is fifth house. Put it in its proper place. It's fine with me, right? We just got to make sure that we're being balanced in our approach into what we're putting our faith and belief into, right? And that's a big thing. That's what we analyze a lot of the times. Your lot of spirit being here at 22 degrees and 5 minutes is highlighting this Taurus 12 part. And so the lot of spirit naturally highlights, again, aspects of our intelligence, our soul, what it is, our intelligence as well. But really, what the soul is looking for to find success. Like, what is it really yearning for? And it is consistency, truly. I wrote through that asshole Virgo when I was younger. I'm non-judgmental as much as possible. Advocate for their press. Hey, I'm happy to hear that. I am, right? Again, you've been through enough experience in life that you've learned the importance of, showing up, and that shit happens, quite literally. I'm a night chart there, yeah, ruled by the moon, with Mars and Venus being your main triplicity rulers as well, right? But it is this Saturn that we're gonna talk about, because Saturn is your outer sect malefic, correct? And so with this, you know, need for consistency, especially when it comes to our day-to-day experience, this Saturn shows up, because that's what your soul needs. And Saturn is always going to highlight, internal introspection, more of a spiritual lesson, because Saturn is a spiritual teacher, which is why the Saturnian lessons and the Saturn return is always so fucking rough. Is that the Saturn is highlighting, not only not only do we have a tendency to be reserved emotionally, but we're not necessarily expressing our emotions either. We're not speaking about it. We're not expressing it. This is what I was talking about with the Mars. I mean, the Mercury being in Leo, highlighting this Cancer 12 part. All right. Actually, in Libra's seventh house. So where is it showing up in the eighth house? Yeah. So again, if we go back to the dual houses, yes, it will show up in the seventh, because your descendant starts at 19 degrees in your seventh. Right, the Uranus can be here as well, with the relationships as well. I see it. I see it. Um, but again, the big thing is that with the Saturn being here, being the spiritual teacher, right, and teaching us a spiritual lesson, we do need to be able to express our emotions, and there's really no other way of getting around it. It's not. It's going to be really important for you to be transparent, and you've done that. So I don't think that's something that we have to learn. This is probably something you learned when you went through your Saturn return, for sure. But again, expressing our emotions and how we feel and the things that we see, right? That's going to be important on our journey. Okay. Again, the ruler of Virgo is Mercury, and Mercury is in Leo, so that is very much the case. When we're dealing with this Libra in the seventh, right? Libra represents balance, freedom, justice, aesthetics, creativity, um, partnership, and reciprocity. And that's what we're talking about when it comes to these relationships with other people. We want to make sure that we are reciprocating the energy, right? And that other people are reciprocating the energy that you are putting out. Part of fortune isn't in the sixth, it's in the seventh. Day and night chart part of fortune are figured differently. It's just a click of a setting. Yeah. There's probably something in here that I haven't changed. But yeah. Because the part of fortune is based off of the moon. Moon, ascendant, things of this nature. Moon, ascendant, sun. From the ascendant is where we get it. And so this I believe this system like calculates it um on its own. But yeah. So the big thing though is with this Libra seventh house is, again, we have Lilith here, we have Pluto here, and this Lilith represents suppressed tendencies and desires. Pluto is here in a direct conjunction with Lilith. Again, a fear of really, expressing what it is that we want and desire, right? There is a fear of that because, again, we're not wanting to come off a certain way, and for people to, redact this sense of security that we are getting from this relationship. Ultimately, we want consistency when it comes to the reciprocity, right? We want people to show up consistently for us like you show up consistently for them. Loyalty is important to you, right? You're a loyal individual. You stick with somebody through thick and thin. Virgos are very devoted, much like Pisces, right? That's a quality they both share, is devotion. And you are a very devoted individual. You're very loyal as a Virgo stellium. The big thing is this shows up when it comes to our relationships, right? And because you're so devoted to other people, you want them to be devoted to you in the exact same manner. And you know, this is part of the reason why we don't necessarily express ourselves and what it is that we want, because we don't want them to feel as though we don't think, or we don't want them to redact the love and the support and the care that we want, right? That we need from them, right? We don't want them to redact on that. And so it's just like, yeah, let me not upset the apple cart. But it's very much important for you to express yourself and for you to set the standard to other people of what your expectations are. Again, this has come up a lot lately in readings with people that I've done. All right, is setting the standard. And that's why this new moon that was in Libra that we just had on Tuesday morning, why this was so powerful, because it is affecting the Mars. It is the understanding that we do need to express ourselves, that we do need to get out here and be seen and let people know that we do love hard, we do care. And it is important that we show up, and that you show up for me the same way I'm showing up for you. I love that you say that. I'm loyal as fuck. The biggest way I've seen the Pluto play out is that almost all relationships are transformational as fuck. Yeah. Very much so. Very much so. Right? That's this Venus making a square to this Pluto and this, Lilith. And yeah. Yeah. But that's why the new moon in Libra that we just had was so important, because it was making a conjunction with this Mars. Right? It was the understanding that we do need to express ourselves, and this is something that we're going to have to start to do, right? This is what's going to bring a lot of things to light. It is, because I was telling people I didn't make the video. I was gonna switch over to TikTok and do a TikTok live, but I'm probably just gonna call it a night after this. Um, but yeah, this new moon in Libra is really setting up for this Scorpio season. It really is. It really is. And so it's really important for us to do the work. A lot of people haven't, and you're gonna start seeing that come to light. Oh my god. Oh, this Scorpio season is gonna be fucking wild. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I thought Virgo season was wild with the eclipses and shit. This Virgo season is, I mean, this Scorpio season is gonna be pretty fucking rough for a lot of people. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's so much happening. And I really didn't come to that true understanding until last night when I looked at that full moon in Aquarius. I'm in that full moon in Taurus. Right? We're gonna have a full moon in Taurus. Mars is gonna be entering into Sagittarius. You're gonna have Venus enter into Scorpio, right? Venus is in detriment in Scorpio, so all of this, hey, everything is peaceful, everything is cool. That shit, things are turning up. People are being very obsessive about the things that they want to desire. Jupiter is going retrograde during Scorpio season. Uranus, which is already retrograde, is going to retrace back into Taurus during Scorpio season. It's a lot. It's a lot that is going to be taking place. So, and then Mercury's going retrograde during Scorpio season too. So yeah, this is going to be a rough little 30 days that we're about to experience. Depending on whether you've done the work or not, if you've kind of aligned yourself or not, I can't say. We're gonna see how it plays out. I'm looking forward to it. It's happening in my sixth house, so hopefully, the tides change, because things have been a little rough already. So I don't see where it can go from here. Right? The only direction to go from my perspective is up. So I'm looking forward to this Scorpio season. Um, Yeah. So he's feeling it, right? Fucked around and found out when I packed my truck and moved to Texas. He can go on ahead and feel it. Facts. The ghost messaged me a song yesterday. Oh yeah. Yeah, we gotta, yeah. And that's this Mars and speaking of which, yeah, eighth house. Other people, you can have people feel quite strongly about you. Facts. He's a Pisces rising, Aries sun, Gemini moon. Yeah, as a Pisces rising, yeah, he could be delusional for sure. He's an Aries sun. Yeah. He's going to go after what it is that he wants. He's very much focused about himself, not thinking about other people. And the moon in Gemini, he probably feels as though he can talk to anybody and get his way. That's wild. Yeah. But yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, you can definitely attract other people to you, and I'm sure you do. This Mars in Libra, which is ruling over this Scorpio eighth house, again, is highlighting this Leo 12 part, but you stand out to other people. You do. You do. You stand out to others. You attract other people very easily. And so the ruler of Scorpio being Mars and Mars being in Libra, ruled by a Venus in Cancer with a moon in Aquarius, yeah. Yeah. You're very magnetic. And so the thing is we do need to express ourselves because sometimes we can go back and forth. Remember, Libra, we can go back and forth with, really expressing ourselves to other people because we don't want to come off a certain type of way, but we need to. Not that Delulu, yeah, he is Delulu, or he can be. I don't know where his Jupiter is at, but with a sun in Aries, as a Pisces rising, you got a sun in Aries that sits in the second house. He probably leads with his money, right? Leads with his, the things that he has, and with a Gemini, moon in the fourth house. Yeah, yeah. A lot of the things that he feels, he tries to suppress. I would assume. But yeah, he could be delusional for sure. Don't fuck around and let his Jupiter be in like Scorpio or some shit. Like yeah, that shit's over with. Um, but yeah, having this part of fortune at 16 degrees and 36 minutes. At least as it shows up in this chart, right? So I'll only speak to this. I know you said it's in your sixth house. The god his moon conjunct Jupiter in Cancer on his ascendant. Mm, I was close, right? It was in a water sign. I would assume that it would. Yeah, it's in Cancer, right? So where he is delusional about is, this need of support and what it is that he loves. Because if his Jupiter is in Cancer, big mommy issues, facts, and the moon in Gemini, yeah, yeah. On his IC, yeah, yeah. Tell him you're gonna call the police if need be. Whatever it is that you need to do, Miss Heather. Because yeah, because we just kind of like act like it's not there at times, and it's still there. So let's deal with that. Let's deal with that for sure. Because again, with Uranus here, again, unexpected events that can take place is showing up in this Cancer to a part, this sense of security. Again, we know what this is, right? Unexpected events and transformations when it comes to the things that we really do love and care about. And it transforming or transitioning. On his IC, women do everything for him, made me that role. Uh, yeah, that's what it is. That's what he wants. It's kind of wild, but it does show up. It does show up. Now we do have Sag in this ninth house, right? Sag in the ninth, higher knowledge, wisdom, philosophy, long journeys, religion, media, divination, publishing, internet, and astrology. You do have your Neptune here in the second deacon of Sagittarius. All right. And so with this Neptune being here, illusions, delusions, we want to make sure that we are reviewing this and that we are not lying to ourselves, Miss Heather, at times about how we actually feel. Because that is what can show up. We can lie to ourselves about how we feel. The thing with Sagittarius that I want, y'all to, just keep in mind is that Sagittarius do struggle with overcompensation. I found God in astrology. Hey, I love to hear it. Love to hear it. Yeah. Yeah. Communicates through the heavens. This is why I always tell people I always find it funny when, Christians come in my TikTok chat and they be like, "Oh, astrology's of the demon." I'm like, "Do you not say your prayers at night?" Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, that will be done on earth as it is in heaven. I said it quite literally tells you that God's will is done in heaven, and we look for it here on earth. That is astrology, But people are so lost in the sauce they don't see it, right? So the thing is that this Neptune being here in Sagittarius, right? Again, you have a higher understanding of what is taking place, and with Jupiter being in Virgo, highlighting this Pisces 12 part, again, there's a greater sense of faith and belief that we've analyzed, that we've come to understand through the things that we've experienced in our day-to-day, lives. But the thing is that this Neptune is highlighting again illusions, delusions, and things that we're not seeing clearly. And again, that aspect is how you feel. Sagittarius is always looking at, the other side of the fence and saying that the grass is greener. And so you could be like, you tend to be a very optimistic individual. You do, even though you have some of these Virgo qualities, a lot of them. But the thing is really it's the emotions, it's the expressing of the emotions, and we can say that we do it, but again, the Neptune can highlight at times that we don't. So it's going to be important that we just keep this in mind. All right, because again, this Saturn is also highlighting the same thing, and it is this Saturn, and this Jupiter, more so this Jupiter, but both this Jupiter and this Saturn is making a square to this Neptune. So let's just make sure that we are expressing ourselves and our emotions, because that's going to be really important moving forward. Okay. Um, 10th house, we do have Capricorn in the 10th. 10th house represents our public image, reputation, status, and rank. And with Capricorn being in the 10th house, again, this is a sense of responsibility. This is the work that we are doing. And the work that we are trying to do is provide a sense of security to other people, a sense of value to others. That is the work that we are ultimately trying to do. Capricorns are your builders and your creators. And so what is it that you're trying to build and create? Maybe that could be this creative expression that we're tapping into. I would assume um with tapping into astrology and things of this nature, you might get a creative idea that you might need to really tap in with. The thing is that the ruler of Capricorn is Saturn, and your Saturn is in Virgo, highlighting this Cancer 12 part. Again, the reluctance of our emotions shows up, and in order for you to provide a strong sense of security, a service to others, your emotions are going to need to be on point. So it is really important to express our emotions, and that's why it keeps showing up in that manner. We've been through a lot, but it is your journey that gives you your strength. It is the things that you've experienced, that the relationships, the day-to-day experiences, the highs, the lows, the good, the bad. That is what makes you you, and that's what makes you capable of being able to connect with so many people, right? But we cannot lie to ourselves about how we feel at any point in time, because whether we think it shows up or not, it does. It does. And so we want to make sure that if we're going to provide, service to others in this regard, we got to make sure that our emotions are definitely on point. And sometimes we can be reluctant to do that. I love that you're reading the Deacons too. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Right. Gotta tap in. Gotta tap in. Now, the same theme shows up when it comes to our 11th house. Right. So when it comes to the 11th house, it's still ruled by Saturn, still about, again, providing a service to other people, which is why our emotions are, in tune. Because when it comes to your 11th house, your ability to really connect with other people, this is where this is what you really resonate with people, your ability to connect with people. And so, because again, we feel strongly about, expressing ourselves and the things that we've been through, really providing this sense of spiritual understanding and knowledge to others, right? Giving them spiritual intelligence, or, hoping to improve their, spiritual awareness and intelligence, and to get them to be authentically them while still being compassionate, because you're compassionate. It's really important that you know, again, show up in this manner, right? Because again, we're trying to provide a service to others, and that's really the theme of this 11th house. This is something that we're already familiar and comfortable with because the South Node is here. Again, highlighting this Virgo 12 part. We are very, very familiar with being, trying to be of service to other people. And this is where, again, the North Node and Leo, you got to make sure that you enjoy life too. You've put in a lot of work and you've done a lot of things, Miss Heather, right? Take time to enjoy life as well, all right? And so when we come to this 12th house, right, again, representing secret spirituality, isolation, confinement, hidden enemies, trials, suffering, and pets, we do want to make sure that, you know, again, when we're dealing with Pisces energy, we're being selfless, we're being compassionate, um, empathetic. But again, Pisces deals with creativity. Help people, but most importantly, help them learn to help themselves. Facts. Facts. Because Aquarius deals with interdependence, right? It's about all of us doing our part. And that's what you're trying to help people do. It will come to the understanding of, for sure. And so when it comes to this 12th house, because again, Jupiter is here, Jupiter is assisting in that regard. This is important to you because this is a lesson you had to learn. This was something that you had to do. You had to learn how to help yourself, right? And so that's an important aspect to really understand. It is. Because this is something that we do believe in, right? That we all have a part to play and we all have to do our specific part in order for the entire thing to do what it needs to do, right? And that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Again, Jupiter is a planet of faith and belief, and it is a spiritual planet. And with it being in Virgo, ruled by this Mercury in Leo, our ability to express to ourselves what it is that, you know, we want to do and what we need to do, that's going to be really important in terms of healing and dealing with self, and that is the focus at this time. With the North Node currently being in Pisces and Saturn currently being in Pisces, the focus is on you taking care of you, right? With Jupiter being in Cancer, we can think a lot about taking care of family and being there for everybody else, but you know, I would assume everybody's grown, right? Kids and all, family is family, they're going to be fine. The focus is most definitely you taking care of yourself from a spiritual, psychological, and or emotional level. And with the things that you've been through, Miss Heather, um, it's okay for us to do that because come February, Saturn's going into your first house, and the big focus is going to be on self, right? And how we are maneuvering what it is that we're doing at that time. So let's make sure that we do the prerequisite work by making sure we're taking care of ourselves internally before we have to start, you know, addressing things like, you know, maybe working out a little bit more and things of this nature, right? However it shows up when it comes to your first house. But that's what I got for you, Miss Heather. I definitely appreciate you. Round of applause. Definitely appreciate you. I'm thinking this last dip of Neptune and Pisces is going to help me push out of this hurt and finally heal. I think so too. And with Neptune being here as well, again, being in a conjunction with Saturn, as you see on the screen. Yeah, this is Saturn, Neptune, both retrograde, both in your 12th house. It's really going within to understand where other people, you know, were and, you know, the things that they've done that kind of impacted you, right? With the North Node being here, this is the focus. You were amazing, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. It's always a pleasure to read a fellow astrologer and to, you know, to give my perspective on their chart. So I'm very much appreciative. And thank you for the tip in advance because it's very helpful. Very helpful on the journey. Yeah. Things have been very much rough for your boy. So, but it's okay. Everything happens in divine timing. So, we going to continue to make it do what it do with no worries, no issues, no concerns. Right? But yes, family. Yes. So, you just hit, I believe, the 4 hour mark. Yeah, I believe we just hit the 4 hour mark. So, I do want to, you know, get up out of here. I just really wanted to, see how this goes, how y'all liked it. Before we leave, did y'all enjoy it? Y'all like the YouTube setup? What are y'all thoughts, y'all opinions? Because I do want to start doing the YouTube lives at least, a day, one day out the week. Then maybe as we go on, we start getting more and more. I enjoyed it, to be honest. I enjoyed it as well. I enjoyed it as well. And again, when we get into the YouTube, we can do more reaction videos. We can get into all type of stuff, right? Spiritual concepts, the metaphysics, the occult, all of that. We could definitely get into it because again, there's more of an open discussion. But because I was running late and because again we are over here, I did want to give out some readings for Miss Heather and Miss Spiritual um for just coming through and supporting, you know. You found a fan and would love to collab? Absolutely. Same here, babe, on the rough stuff. Keep your head up. Blessings are coming your way. I definitely appreciate you. Very comfy. Feels more intimate here as well and less judgy. Yeah, it does. Visuals look great. Are you just using two YouTubers? Well, I'm using because I'm on my desktop, so I'm using um OBS, which is a streaming because I used to stream years ago on like Twitch, but gaming and stuff. This is I guess where I first got comfortable speaking, but yeah, I started to stream on Twitch. Um, but it is yeah, the OBS is really helpful, and I use that. I probably have to again get a stream key to be able to go live on TikTok. Maybe that's something I'll look into. But I just left the agency I was with, so it might take me a minute. It might take me a minute for sure. But I'm glad that y'all enjoy the visuals. Um, yeah, we're trying to build this. We're gonna build this community. And I'm gonna need everybody's help to do so. So y'all being here and supporting on this new experience, right? I definitely appreciate y'all. Because before y'all know it, it may be, hundreds, maybe even thousands of people that check us out live, um, you know, in the near future. Right. So I just appreciate y'all being here. And again, any way I can assist, any way I can support. Again, I know Miss Heather as with a collab. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to set that up in the future. Yeah, I definitely look forward to being able to show up and assist in any way that I can. But I want you all to get plenty of rest. Scorpio season has officially begun. So get plenty of rest. Oh, I can only imagine what comes out on TikTok and shit tomorrow. I will be posting videos on TikTok. I'm gonna take time to eat and then I'm gonna try to do this Scorpio season video. Try to go through and highlight all the major things that are taking place. Put it in one video, and then I'll start breaking down the signs this week. So I look forward to seeing y'all. I'll be live on TikTok tomorrow. So you guys have an amazing night. Get plenty of rest. I love you all. Y'all be safe. Peace.
What's good, family? Just want to make this video talking about this Mars and Libra transit that is taking place today, roughly around 6:24 p.m. Central Standard Time. So it might be a little bit different depending on your time zone. But let's get straight into it. The big thing that I want y'all to understand is that with Mars being in Libra, Mars is the planet of action, honor, courage, and passion, and it's in the sign.
Y'all check out my man's services. Look how organized and structured it is, and not to mention it has 93 pages, so he provides a lot of information. And he goes into an in-depth analysis of your birth chart and each and every placement. Check this man out, bro. Y'all check out my man.
What's good, family? Just want to make this video talking about this Mars and Libra transit that is taking place today, roughly around 6:24 p.m. Central Standard Time. So, you know, it might be a little bit different depending on your time zone. But let's get straight into it. The big thing that I want y'all to understand is that with Mars being in Libra, Mars is the planet of action, honor, courage, and passion. And it's in the sign.
Y'all check out my man,